Okay. Wow. We got a lot to cover. Um, damn. So I guess we have a ton of no chill Gil. Gilbert Arenas has some critiques for the 1v1 scene in his latest video reacting to the Austin Rivers and Draymond drama. All right, so Swift Hoops has this. I feel like should put a link to the video, Swift Hoops.
Fish thought process. And because they're just gonna forearm you and the refs they're not calling nothing. Right? So they're just gonna let you get beat the fuck.
This is Swiss Street. What up, Fox? Lame nerd coming through. He's here. What up, Sammy?
But right now.
All right, there's got to be more to this. I don't want to watch surely there's more to this. Yeah, there's got to be more to this. I want to see the full episode. Gills, no chill Gills, what it is, right? Does anyone have? Gilbert Arenas show. Yeah, does anyone have the link of him talking about this stuff? Oh, is this maybe when he was talking about the end of the Draymond situation? Gil funny as hell. So,
What about you as a person?
So maybe we'll watch this and see if we can see where Gil's talking about. No, he's wearing a blue shirt in this. This is not the same one. Can anyone find this episode for me? Oh, Gilbert Arenas is tired of the OKC and Justin Wembyama problem. Okay, I think I found it.
You're in.
Yeah, all right, I found it. Found the video. Did the research, found the full video. We're going to watch that. Gil wants some clout, not gonna lie. Yeah, we're gonna watch this just because this will be a good way to get the stream going. This will be a good way to get the stream going, and then we can get into some of the other videos we want to. As you know, we want to cover some up to date things. I saw this from. I'll show you where I saw it. So Swiss Street Magazine.
But one-on-one is.
Yeah. Swiss Street Magazine is kind of sponsoring this whole stream, by the way, just because the first conversation we had today was Coach Sean. And actually, it was Trees for Swiss Street Magazine that put me in touch with him. But Swiss Street posted this yesterday. And this is Gilbert Arenas. Yeah, Swiss Street posted this yesterday. Gilbert Arenas, I don't really like the YouTube 1v1 scene. Now, obviously, Swiss Street has the clips on here, but Gilbert Arenas has the full post. So I kind of just want to watch this. Video anyways and get my thoughts on it. Gilbert Arenas always has super insightful, never rage baiting, authentic, and always authentic takes.
But sure. I do want to ask you about this.
Go.
And this isn't the most important portion.
Is it Wemby? You see Wemby?
We're gonna talk about Wemby. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. So in the continuation of the
real quick, I will say, Gilbert Arenas, I think you can come on. You can do a better background. This is the most distracting, goofy, goober background. Somebody got to help Gilbert with his setup. Come on.
So in the continuation of the Draymond Austin Rivers situation.
That nigga still going?
Yeah, I know. The guys on the To the Baja podcast asked Austin Rivers, you know, what would happen if he played Draymond one-on-one. Silly. I know. I want to play the response real quick, and then yeah, I know. But this isn't where the question really lies. I just got to prime it up. So this is him on the podcast.
Back. That's why when Portland offered me $40 million, that's why when Phil Jackson was trying to explain the goddamn triangle offense in my living room, I didn't go to New York. I went back to LA to get that bag so I could go play for my pops and I could play freely and be myself, which I actually ended up doing pretty fucking solid as a role player under Chris Paul, Jamal Crawford. That's what my role was. That's all I ever was in the NBA, was a role player. I was never a star. So this whole thing where I'm comparing myself to Draymond and this, Draymond's a Hall of Famer. And no matter what anybody on this podcast, and no matter what I say or what anybody says, it's not going to change. He's a first ballot, and he deserves that because he put in the work as his role. See, there's a difference, and this is the last thing I'll say. There's a difference between being a star and being a star in your role. Draymond was a star in his role, one of the best at it. He talks too loose, and he talks with conceit in his voice when he tries to come at other players as if he's better than them. No. You've achieved more because you were a star in your role. And
bro, this is long. We already saw this whole thing, right? Like, my initial issue with this Austin Rivers thing, because everyone was jumping in my comments and they're like, "You're just hating on Austin Rivers. He made really good points." And I'm like, yeah, these are great points. He obviously understands basketball. He understands like his situation better than anyone else does. I get it. He's just explaining what happened to him though, and he's saying everyone else has to understand that. That's what he needs to do for Nas. That's what he needs to be doing for other players too, though. That was the hypocrisy I was trying to point out. Austin Rivers is very like he's correct in all of this, but at the same time, he should just ignore Draymond Green, right? We've been over this enough. I kind of don't want to relitigate this Austin Rivers Draymond thing. I want to get to where Gil responds to this because it's
funny. It was funny. I don't think we have to comment on. Do you have a comment on Draymond versus Austin Rivers one-on-one?
No.
Okay, but I did.
Why not?
I want to ask you because I know you see this stuff though. What are your thoughts on the one-on-one scene? I've been meaning to ask you this for like a minute now. The one-on-one scene that's going on in like YouTube basketball, where the older NBA players are getting challenged by.
Notice the games that they're showing in the background. This is what all the pro players thinks the one-on-one scene is, by the way, because this is what I thought it was before I got involved. I thought it was the same thing.
These YouTube guys, and they're going to play basketball one-on-one against these guys. Have you seen this stuff?
Yeah. It's no different than the Austin Reeves and the Draymond beef.
Austin Reeves.
It's an illusion of the conversations of what we're having.
I love when Gilbert says stuff sometimes, and I'm like, wait, what did he just say here? What did Gilbert say right here?
Illusion beef. It's no different than the Austin Reeves and the Draymond beef. It's an illusion.
It's an illusion
of the conversations of what we're having.
It's an illusion of the conversations that we're having. Hope he explains this.
Who is a better basketball player versus who achieved more, right? That's two different things. Who is a star player, who's a star player in their role, so these are different things, different conversations. So a one-on-one player versus an NBA player. The benefit in a one-on-one style goes to the one-on-one player.
It's interesting. It's interesting hearing that now, isn't it? The benefit goes to the 1v1 player. Why is that, Gil? Why is that? Yeah, a few months ago, it was not even close. Not even a close call, right? I'm sure he'll contradict this later, though.
Your NBA credentials has no weight in a one-on-one game. You have to have the one-on-one tools to be able to play in a game like that, right? You have to have a fast first step, quick twitch muscles, right? Reaction time, right? The ability to shoot and be strong.
He's describing a basketball player right now, by the way.
Enough to take bumps, right? You have to be more of a counter fighter, right? There's not a lot of NBA players that's equipped with that skill, right? So Austin Rivers, he's a one-on-one player. This is Jamal Crawford, the K.
Hold on. Who was Jamal Crawford just scoring on, by the way? Did y'all recognize who that was?
He's a one-on-one player. This is Jamal Crawford.
Do y'all know who this is?
Crawford.
Did y'all recognize who number 17 for the Spurs is here that just got crossed by Jamal Crawford? Anyone know who that is?
The K's, the Kyries, the Bone Highlands, right? You're talking about Rob Dillingham. That's that. You know, where, and then you got some who can translate to be, 5-on-5 players, right? So when you're talking about the NBA, you're talking about 5-on-5, and I got to be part of a team versus one-on-one is just me versus the other player. So I will always give the benefit to the one-on-one player unless it's a one-on-one player that's in the NBA.
I will always give the benefit to the one-on-one player unless it's a one-on-one player in the NBA. So I wonder if he would have picked Jonathan Simmons over Scoob. Gilbert just be talk. I think he just talks. So I will say one thing about Gilbert is he knows enough about a lot of subjects and situations to like fumble his way through it. He's like the kid in class that it's like, hey, everyone's got a speech. Don't forget, I gave you a month to get a speech ready. Yeah, you got to do that in an hour and a half. And then Gilbert's like, oh, shoot, we got to do a speech. What was it about again? Oh, it was about going to the grocery store. Then Gilbert's like, so my speech is going to be about grocery stores and how the larger impact of capitalism has changed the industry from mom and pop's grocery stores to Walmart and the larger industries overtake. Like, he's going to find a way to talk for like long periods of time about freaking grocery stores and capitalism. And it's like, man, that was a really good speech. What was your overall point though? It was like, I don't know. I'm just saying stuff.
So Nas or any of those guys, they have the upper hand on an NBA player. Unless that NBA player is designed as a one-on-one player.
That's an interesting take. I don't think people. That's not the general sentiment. I'll let you know that right now. Because I think there was a challenge for Najee Marshall. Najee Marshall, who plays, I think he plays for the Mavericks right now.
So this guy that's asking Gil this question goes, Najee Marshall, I think he plays for the Mavericks right now. I'm sure Gilbert's like, I'm not sure who he plays for, but he's going to have a very strong opinion on what he thinks is going to happen.
To play some of these one-on-one games. And I don't think we would consider Najee Marshall to be like a traditional one-on-one player.
Yeah. So what do you expect him to do if they say 2-3 dribbles? What 2-3 dribble moves he's going to do?
The dude didn't even know what team Najee Marshall played on, and but he can say like, oh, he's not a traditional 1v1 player
against these fast twitch guys who study. There's like NBA dunk contest versus dunkers that do this for a living, right? The NBA dunkers, they just prepare the 3 days or the week before for going against a group that dunks all year. It's different, right? You guys are creating different things that these guys' brains ain't even accustomed to because they're playing in games. So they're not thinking about, oh, I'm about to do one of these between the legs 2 times. That's not how that style is. And if there was a dunk off, best dunkers in the streets versus the best dunkers in the NBA, y'all win. If you gave the NBA guys 2-3 months to train and put these type of dunks in their brain, then yeah, they'll have a chance. Because you do have guys, I got 45-inch verticals, 44s, but for the most part, unless.
So again, an NBA player that's 6'8" freak athlete, they could probably pull off some pretty crazy dunks if they just spent some time. And then there's a lot of guys out there in the world that they have nice verticals, but they'll still never be able to jump. They won't be able to cover as much space as some of, when Dwight Howard dunked on the 2 different baskets, he's touching the top of the backboard, doing crazy stuff like that. There's a lot of dunks that are accessible to NBA guys that aren't accessible to non-NBA guys though. His conversations, the rhetoric, Gilbert Arenas' conversation skills, it's so reductive.
Unless they are training for it, they can't compete with it.
Unless they're training for it. But obviously anyone at any level, unless you're training for it.
Even though it's the same jumping ability, right? And it's the same thing on one-on-one. I mean, when I be seeing one-on-one things and they have LeBron James in that, he lost. He's not a one-on-one player. He's a basketball player.
What does that mean?
And that's why
I know what he thinks he means. I know what he thinks he's saying. Yes, LeBron James, we don't think of him as a one-on-one player, but I promise you, if LeBron wants to be good at one-on-one, there's not much you can do playing against that. There's just not much you can do. If he decides to duck his shoulder and get to the basket, there's just not much you can do.
They complain about him versus someone like Kobe and Jordan. Jordan and Kobe was one-on-one players. LeBron is a 5-on-5.
He's just going off of what LeBron said. He prefers 5-on-5. He doesn't think one-on-one is real basketball. I understand what he's saying, but I don't know if Gil understands what he's saying.
Everybody involved, basketball player. I'm a basketball player. Jokic, I'm a basketball player. I play the game of basketball. If I wanted to play one-on-one, I would have been fucking.
And then the co-host, well, let him cook. You hear this here? Let's hear that again. Let's hear Gilbert cook.
I play the game of basketball. If I wanted to play one-on-one, I would have been I'd be down at Venice Beach playing one-on-one tournaments. King of the Hill, shit like that.
That means you also anti the whole All-Star, because that's what fans want too. Like, I want the All-Star weekend.
But it won't be their favorite players. For the most part, it'd be the best one-on-one players. But you'll have Devin Booker in it. You will have Devin Booker.
So that's not people's favorite players?
You're gonna have Bam is gonna show the fuck up. Because believe it or not, Bam can do that thing on a one-on-one.
If you're gonna put Bam in one-on-one, why wouldn't you put Giannis? Is Anthony Edwards going to be in there? Is Shea going to be in there? All these, what is he talking about?
You're going to have Tatum. You're going to have Kyrie, of course. You're going to have Cade, Brunson. You're going to have the Bone Highlands and the Cam Thomas.
Jalen Brunson?
Who am I missing out?
Cade Cunningham?
Out there.
Wemby?
I got CJ McCollum over everybody.
CJ, I'll take CJ in there. Yeah, no.
But it's not gonna be LeBron.
No. KD will get in there. KD will get in there. Because he knows he can just 1-2 shoot over everybody. But, at his age, I don't know if he'll participate. Jimmy Butler getting it. But Ant-Man.
We're watching this video for a very good reason. Okay, stick with me. We're watching this for a very good reason.
Ant-Man. Shea. But one-on-one is it's a selfish thought process. And I don't like the YouTube one-on-one scene though.
Why?
It's ugly basketball.
I don't like the one-on-one scene though, because it's ugly basketball. Now, I'm sure that he's going to bring up a lot of really good examples, and he's going to bring up very specific games that he saw that were bad, right?
Agree. I 100%
right.
agree.
When you think of one-on-one, you think pure skill, like exciting, shimmy, shake, make you fall. But
think he watched Champions? Probably not.
It's always.
Think he watched Judgment Day? Probably not.
Been.
Think he's watched any of the best YouTube games of all time? Probably not.
This brute style foul. I'm not gonna call no foul. Like, it's been ugly basketball. That's
he's talking about the Terry Hosley video from 11 years ago that we watched on the channel where he tackled the dude in the cafeteria and they were like, no fouls.
Why it's never really taken off, because it doesn't look appealing. Like Think about it. Let's say a skinny guy that weighs 120, you're fast as shit, and you got shake'ems. They're gonna beat you out of that game. So your skill doesn't even apply, right? Your skill doesn't apply because they're just gonna forearm you, and the refs they're not calling nothing, right? So they're just gonna let you get beat the fuck up because they think this is 1965. So they think, oh no, just play tough. This is one-on-one. So you think this man, he got no moves and he's just gonna back me down? Play brute basketball? Nah, dog.
When's the last time we've seen that in a 1v1 game? Can you guys think of any 1v1 game? Cash Nasty and Flight? What's the last 1v1 game you can think of people like backing each other down and playing from the post? I remember Mead did it twice. Mead backed down from the 3-point line twice. But other than that, I don't know anybody posting up from.
That's ugly.
Yeah.
When they clean up all the fouling and you allow movement, you will watch bodies drop. The reason you can't see bodies drop like that is because you get the foul and hold.
Remember when Scoob made Nas fall? Remember when D-Baby just made Wani fall for a game winner? Remember how Zay made LP fall and LP made Scoob fall and Scoob made Frank Nitti fall? And remember all those times that people made each other fall, which happens all the time? So the opposite of what Gilbert Arenas is saying. I'm telling y'all, he's a professional yapper.
And push and grab and do.
He has not watched any 1v1 games, but he talks so authoritatively.
Let them get them hands off, and you will watch ankle breakers. And then once you get the ankle breakers, then they go viral. Then people want to see it. And then you got pandemonium over there. You got somebody coming in. Hey, he done failed 2 times.
I mean, he's describing J. Lou. He's describing a player that went viral 4 years ago. You're 4 years behind. It's okay. Join it. Hey, come on, Gil. Come on over, man. Just come on over. Just be like, hey, I'm gonna join. I'm gonna start watching the games. I'm gonna just enjoy it. You can just watch. You don't have to have a super strong opinion without watching. You can just come watch the games and enjoy. Come on over, Gil. It's okay.
Macarena. Hey. Yeah. Viral. Yeah. But right now it's just who's the strongest at this point?
I agree.
I feel like Gilbert watched a game 13 years ago, the first YouTube 1v1 game ever. Who was that? A Verse 1 Federation. He watched the Verse 1 Federation game and was like, I'm going to have that opinion for the rest of my life.
And that's the reason why I stopped watching it, because it almost like handicaps players. It would be like, what if we could battle rap, but we cut each other off? Or what if we could box, but I could put you in a headlock? Okay, whoever has the loudest voice or whoever can like really put somebody.
What does he say? Hold on. No, the worst part about this is they keep juicing each other up. Gilbert earlier said, we're playing basketball. And then the dude, you said his name is Omar. Omar goes, and now Omar is saying I don't know what he's saying, and listen to Gilbert. Gilbert's like, yep.
I stopped watching it because it almost like handicaps players. It would be like, what if we could battle rap, but we cut each other off? Or what if we could box, but I could put you in a headlock? Okay, whoever.
It's called UFC. That's already a thing. You don't have to make up a hypothetical. It's already a thing. There's battle rap, okay? Not battle rap that you put someone in a headlock, but there's boxing where you can put people in a headlock. It's UFC. There's already a thing. That's like comparing UFC to boxing. They're two different things. That's 1-on-1 and 5v5. It's two different things. You have to make something up and be like, yeah, what if there was like a boxing, what if there was like a thing you fought in like a, the shape would be like octagonal. I don't know what you would call that, but it'd be it'd have 8 sides, like octagonal, and they could box, but like you could like wrestle too. Just imagine there was like a thing where that happens. Yeah, that'd be like 5v5 and 1v1. It's like 5v5 and 3v3. There's
has the loudest
already
voice.
These examples out there.
So whoever can like really put somebody in a headlock will win. But I be watching it, somebody do a clean behind the back, and then somebody just let me push you up out the way. And
again, you're describing basketball. In the NBA, if Shea goes behind the back and makes someone fall, someone else is coming out of their way to foul him. Yeah, I'm not giving up a layup. This is basketball. This is basketball.
Get you up off.
Yeah, I don't like it.
So I'm guessing you wouldn't have, if your knees could, you wouldn't be.
But I'm a one-on-one player.
Excuse me.
So
You wouldn't have, if your knee get you up off.
Yeah, I don't like it.
So I'm guessing you wouldn't have, if your knees could, you wouldn't be.
But I'm a one-on-one player.
So you wouldn't have played, and you're a one-on-one play. All right, this video's done. I thought he was going to have some like opinions that we could really like sift through. This is literally Gilbert Arenas just talking trying to. Hey, Gil, we need to make a 12-minute video. Funniest thing is, this is 11 minutes and 59 seconds. They were like, Gil, we need to make a 12-minute video about the 1v1 scene. Take us home. And he's like, I got you. Gil goes, hey, I got you. Rolls up his sleeves. And he's like, YouTube basketball. It's like 5-on-5, but it's different because it's 1v1. The audience goes nuts. Yeah, 1v1. Instead of 10 players on the court, there's only 2. Audience goes crazy again. And they just keep clapping. Oh, the production team is like, brilliant, masterful gambit, sir. Gil's like, I wouldn't play in it, but I'm a one-on-one player. And I'm just like, this the way this man contradicts himself. This is crazy to me. This is crazy. I thought we were going to get to break down some stuff, but it was just Gilbert being Gilbert. So I should have known better. But yeah, let me know what you guys think about that. Now, the whole reason I watched this video, okay, we spoke about this the other day. This is something I really do want. I don't care. This wasn't planned. This wasn't planned. I don't know if I'm going to get copyrighted for this. I don't know. But I really want to watch this video on stream, okay? Because we keep running into this issue in sports media, and it's the rage baiting culture. It's the hot take culture. And it frustrated me for a very long time. Stephen A. Smith, Skip Bayless. Now we're starting to see Jeff Teague. We're starting to see Gilbert. We're starting to see more people do this. Austin Rivers, Draymond. And it's engagement farming media, which is okay. I don't really have an issue at the core of it, but I don't like how everyone is okay with it and is like, oh, he's just being a good businessman. Oh yeah, it's the Jake Paul approach, right? It's the Mr. Beast approach. Oh, he said something crazy and he's going to get so many eyes. I saw Dev in the lab posted this. Again, nothing wrong with it, but I do think as a country or as a culture, like, we should not be proud about this. It's like, yeah, Austin Rivers is just talking trash about everyone. Now look at all the engagement. It's a brilliant move. And I'm like, yeah, but at some point, it's just kind of toxic, right? At some point, you're not actually adding anything of value. You're actually just making the media environment worse. And the worst thing is, it's now into our politics. It's now into all of the reality shows. Anything you watch on TV follows this formula. So I wanted to watch this video. It was a very good video that I saw. This came out 3 weeks ago. I watched it like the day it came out. But June Lee used to work at ESPN, and he kind of describes some of this. And yeah, I want to share it with you all. And like I said, hopefully I don't get copyrighted for sharing this, but if I do, it's worth it. Again, copyright claimed. I'm not going to get a copyright strike most likely, but I want you guys to see it. We're going to subscribe. I thought I was subscribed, but go like the video. But this is June Lee, how hot takes took over everything.
New York Knicks are trash. You're horrible.
I'm not going to let you do it.
No, I'm going to do it. Stop with this crap.
So what's your take?
I think women should stop wearing bras.
You are an embarrassment.
Rich,
You gotta
Reagan
look at
was
statistics,
awesome. And if
right?
you
You shut up, man.
What about winning championships?
Somewhere along the way, everything started to sound like this. Not just sports.
So all of those clips, like, you see how it's like just loud, sensationalized yelling and screaming. It's like the same formula over and over. Like, this is what our media is.
Everything. Politics, culture, even the way we talk to each other. So how did this happen? I saw the rise of this culture happen first.
And this is him here. So I remember watching him on like Around the Horn and some of these shows. I can't believe Around the Horn only went off air like last year.
And as someone on one of these ESPN debate shows, I've sat across from Stephen A. Smith on live television. I've felt what the machine does to you when you're inside it. So I want to take you inside the history of how this started, inside the conversations that you have with producers before the show, and inside what it feels like to be a person with something to say and watches the format decide what comes out the other side. Because the rise and explosion of hot takes reveals a lot about how we arrived in this world and in this moment in history. And to understand how we got here, we have to go back further than the beginning of ESPN, further than the history of sports television, further than the history of sports radio. In the early 1900s, sports were becoming something new in American life.
Someone's asking, what are we watching? Yeah, YouTube video. But the reason we're not watching this because, like, we're watching this because I think it's very prevalent for the way that we discuss basketball topics and hot take topics over on our stream. So I think this is important for our community for sure.
Sports were no longer just a way to get some exercise in, but becoming a pastime that people shared. Baseball was the national religion, boxing filled arenas, college football was important viewing for entire cities. Americans needed a place to process all of it, and that somewhere was the sports section. Newspapers understood early that sports fans were a specific and valuable audience, often the most popular section in the newspaper. Sports journalism always helped make fans, but it also helped those who sold newspapers extremely wealthy. Nobody did that better than Grantland Rice. Rice believed his job wasn't just to recount what happened, but to craft a story that aligned with how sports ought to be celebrated in American culture. People not only read Rice, but talked about what he wrote, argued about it. The sports section was where American public argued.
So again, this is important. Stick with the video, but you can even see here in some of these comments, and he does a better job explaining this later, but just reading it, like, game called by darkness, let the curtain fall, no more remembered thunder sweeps on the field, no more ancient echoes hear the call, to the one who wore so well the most. He's talking about a baseball game, right? And it's like there's a poem, there's the title is kind of clickbaity, like this was happening, this is the original clickbait, like that. Sports radio and sports media has been doing this for years, so it's crazy how it's gotten to the point it is now. It's almost like we didn't notice.
About sports learned to live, but it was regional. A great take in New York stayed in New York. The argument was local. Radio changed everything. For the first time in the history of sports arguments, opinions didn't have to wait until the morning. They were live and immediate. And while the newspaper column was a monologue at you, radio invented the conversation. By the 1970s and into the 1980s, the format was everywhere, and it was getting louder, more provocative, more willing to say the thing that makes you call in furious and keep your radio on. And then someone said the quiet part out loud. Tom Bigby, the programming manager at WIP in Philadelphia, gave an interview that essentially wrote the operating manual for everything that came after.
So now you're going to see this, you're going to hear this part, and it's going to make it very difficult for you to ever unsee this when you watch media going forward.
His philosophy was simple and ruthless. Radio first, sports second. If you do sports talk, it won't survive. If you do sports entertainment, the possibilities are endless. The product was never just information. The product was engagement. Sports was just the raw material you fed into the machine to generate it. Gossipy entertainment and outrage was valued over factual information. There was the amplification of the loudest voices. Sports radio had discovered something that it would take another decade for television to discover. It wasn't about having the best information possible. It was about what started the best arguments, the best conversations, what caused people to pick up the phone and call the radio station. But in the 1980s into
So it's interesting. So we looked at the evolution of it, looking at the paper, the printing press and all that printing press, like just the printed media. You're looking at storytelling, you're having to read it, but it's like the day after. But that was more important than just giving the stats, right? So then sports media saw that and was like, oh, the publications that just give the stats don't sell as well as the ones that are telling stories. So we'll do that. We'll tell stories based on watch Hoops Age, fixture training. All right, I'll do that. They started being like, well, we'll tell stories and the sports will be the background that we'll use to tell stories. And that same thing is happening now with TV, where it's like, oh, the game doesn't matter or the politics don't matter. Whatever it is doesn't matter. We'll just tell a story about the thing that's happening.
The 1990s. All of this dynamic was
we'll just argue about what's happening.
Still local. But all of that was about to change. For cable, sports fandom was still local and siloed. There was no such thing as a national sports conversation because there was no infrastructure to carry one. ESPN changed that. When ESPN launched in 1979, it seemed like a novelty, a 24-hour sports network. What could they possibly fill that time with? But what ESPN actually built was a shared national experience around sports. For the first time, a fan in Atlanta and a fan in Seattle and a fan in Boston were all watching the same highlights, hearing the same voices, and processing the same sports news simultaneously. It gave sports a national stage. Opinion existed at the edges of the network, but it was civil, it wasn't confrontational. And then in 1988, ESPN launched the Sports Reporters. It was a 30-minute series.
Y'all see who this is?
Serious and thoughtful conversation about sports. The Sports Reporters planted a seed, but it didn't ignite anything. The format was too restrained and too committed to nuance at a moment when the audience, trained by sports radio, was starting to want something with more heat. That heat arrived in 2001.
Pardon the interruption, but I'm Mike Wilbon, and welcome to opening day in this bizarre television experiment.
And I'm Tony Kornheiser, and if we can have a TV show, you can have a TV show.
Pardon the Interruption premiered on ESPN with two former...
So this was like the first iteration of what everything has become now, but this was like, oh, this is like the good version, right? This is the good version. This is one of my favorite shows ever. For those of you that grew up with Pardon the Interruption, how often do you get home from school and then go watch Pardon the Interruption where they're just arguing and debating sports and then going on to the next topic? And like everything has come from here, essentially.
Washington Post columnists, Tony Kornheiser and Michael Wilbon, who had spent years as bickering colleagues and loud friends. When Pardon the Interruption premiered in 2001, it took a piece of the Sports Reporters, but focused on the conflict. Creators Jim Cohen and Eric Rydholm wanted to bring Kornheiser and Wilbon's argumentative real-life chemistry to the entire nation. Rydholm cites the Sports Reporters along with Siskel and Ebert and CNN's Crossfire as inspirations, and that turned up the volume and the temperature of the takes, but seldom went overboard. It was fast, opinionated, funny. The show had genuine journalistic credibility. Kornheiser and Wilbon were both reporters with real relationships and real knowledge, but it had something the Sports Reporters didn't. It had irony. Kornheiser and Wilbon knew they were doing a bit. That self-awareness was the guardrail that kept the show from going somewhere dangerous. PTI was a phenomenon and is still on the air more than 20 years later, and success created an immediate appetite for more. ESPN gave them more.
We are the show.
So really important there, what he said that you'll need to take away from this is that they knew it was a bit. They knew their argument was not a real argument. Not necessarily saying they were lying, but they're doing a show. There needs to be a good guy and a bad guy. It's a good cop, bad cop routine. So there needs to be, let's just say the conversation, they had Maurice Clarett on there. I don't know if you guys remember Maurice Clarett at Ohio State, but there was like a lot of controversy around him. This is before NIL, right? So there was like money, I think got injured, no, or did he get injured in the NFL? I can't remember, but there was a lot of controversy. So instead of being like, oh, we both like think this one thing, one person would take the opposite position. One would be devil's advocate, right? So one person would be like, I don't think what Maurice Clarett did was very bad. And then the other person, Tony or Michael, would be like, well, I think it is bad because if he does this, then everyone's going to do this. So they would take both opposite sides of the argument. And then that's what made it interesting to watch, because regardless of what side you're on as a fan, there's a winner and loser of that conversation now. Now they go on to the next topic and you do it again. Next topic, do it again. So it's like engaging the emotional side of your brain rather than just telling you what happened with Maurice Clarett. They can build a story on both sides, argue about that story, move on to the next topic and do it again. Brilliant.
Oh, that scores the arguments, and I get to use these cool mute buttons and joysticks, and does the fun ever start?
PTI's immediate success led to Around the Horn, another ESPN sports debate show that billed itself as the show of competitive banter and attempted to score arguments about the daily sports news. Where
He was hilarious. He was hilarious.
Competitive banter and attempted to score arguments.
Woody Page. Do y'all remember every single show he would have a different random like joke up here on his chalkboard? It was hilarious. I'm bilingual. I speak English and smack. But he would just have another random thing. So you always tuned in to see what Woody Page had back here. This show was great, man.
About the daily sports news. Where PTI featured two sports reporters going head-to-head, Around the Horn created a battle royale with 4 sports writers from across the country and a famous and very necessary mute button. Around the Horn was PTI on steroids and bath salts. Al Michaels watched it and called it gas bags on parade. With how successful Around the Horn and PTI were, ESPN wanted more shows with more debates, and with that, more voices and more heat. In the early 2000s, ESPN had a morning show called Cold Pizza. It was fine, a traditional morning sports show. News, highlights, interviews, the kind of programming that felt safe and familiar. But buried inside Cold Pizza,
that's got to be a fake mustache, right? That's got to be a fake mustache.
Pizza was a segment, a debate segment featuring Skip Bayless and various co-hosts arguing about the sports topics of the day. Rob Parker was a regular contributor to Cold Pizza.
Consultant comes in. He never watched the show. He's just analyzing the numbers and the ratings and the ship. He says in this meeting, every 15 minutes, the show spikes. Every 15 minutes, the show spikes. He says, what we have to do is figure out what are we doing in those 15 minutes that makes the show spike. No lie, I turn to Skip and I say, that's 1st and 10. That's 1st and 10.
So ESPN did what any rational...
So again, now we're getting to the crux of how we got here. How did Skip Bayless get so popular? How did Stephen A. Smith and Rob Parker, how did these guys get so popular? They started to take the Tony Kornheiser and Mike Wilbon approach of like, oh, let's just do the bit. Let's just argue for the sake of arguing. The difference is these guys went to the next level of, but let's be more outrageous and let's argue more. Let's pick the hottest topic and just argue.
Television operation would do. They asked the obvious question. What if we did just debate? What if the whole show was debate? The answer was First Take.
This felt more like the barbershop, like that I used to go to, and you would come in and people would go back and forth at each other. It's live, it's real, it's not scripted, it's off the cuff.
It started small, ESPN 2, not the main channel, morning slot, not primetime, a show that the network itself wasn't entirely sure what to do with. But it had something Cold Pizza didn't. It had Skip Bayless and eventually Stephen A. Smith. One of the biggest misconceptions about First Take is that it's two people in a room before the show.
This is brilliant. And again, this exploded my brain too. So exactly what he goes over here is like the brilliant part.
Trying to make up an argument out of the spot by saying, this is what I'm going to say, and this is what you're going to say, and we're going to fight on television. But that's not quite true. I spoke to Antoine Lewis, the coordinating producer for First Take at its heyday, about what the show was trying to accomplish.
Instead of feeding people points, as a producer, the most important thing is listening to their points and why they believe in their points. And that's the nuance, because it may be that they're saying the exact same thing, but they believe it from a different point of view. Well, there was a topic once where we were asking, who's the best NFL? What's the best NFL team right now? And they both say, hey, it's the New England Patriots. So then you go to a second tier question. Why is it the New England Patriots? And so one of them said Bill Belichick and one of them said Tom Brady. So now the question becomes morphed into who has been more key to the success of the Patriots. And now you have something that is more like what people are seeing on TV. So we really kept drilling down to find out what were the best angles and discussions.
So that's crazy, right? Like, just pick the hottest topic of the day, LeBron James or the Lakers or Wemby. Like, pick the hottest topic, and now let's just argue about that every day of our lives for the rest of our lives.
Johnny Manziel will become even bigger in the city of Cleveland than his buddy and business partner LeBron James ever was.
Max almost seems blacker than you, Stephen A. with his commentary.
Why would you say something so blasphemous? In my heyday, he would need help. Really? He too small.
Are you on drugs? Donate it to charity.
Are you on drugs?
And the whole idea, and Skip talked about this all the time, is if you like somebody, you should be all the way over in that corner. And if you don't like it, you should be all the way over. So instead
of having disagreements that are just like civil disagreements, it's like, no, we need to take the most extreme approach of those arguments. Like I said, Wilbon and Kornheiser are good friends, and they knew it was a bit. So they would, like, if I don't think, let's just say I really believe the other person's argument, I would actually just be like, okay, I'll take the other side, but I won't really dig in. They're saying, no, dig in and act like you really believe what you believe and just go to the extreme. And there's something in there for me where it's like, it's almost like those skills coaches that we talk about that sell scammy programs. How can you sit there with a straight face and lie to your audience? So then I look at these guys and I'm like, oh, okay, they can just sit there and just lie unabashedly to their audience day in and day out. You know what that does to your soul? You know what that does to you as a person? That's why I'm like, this is crazy when you really think about what goes into it and what these people have become.
No gray area. That middle ground is not where you want to be.
Antoine and showrunner Jamie Horowitz poured through the data minute by minute.
I mean, ratings drove everything minute by minute. So there's pressure. In our business, people get fired if the ratings aren't there.
Because no one wants to wait for somebody to have a 15-year career to go revisit and talk about how good they were or how bad they were. Doesn't make any sense. I hear it all the time. We have a show to do tonight. We have a show to do today. We got 3 hours to kill.
And First Take started to snowball to a point where we were up against, on our own network, SportsCenter, and the ratings on an ESPN2 show were beating the ratings on ESPN, the main channel.
The debate format had won. But First Take hadn't found its defining topic yet. The topic that would crystallize everything that First Take was capable of and take it from a show that was successful on ESPN to a legitimate national phenomenon. And that topic was Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow, by every conventional metric of the position, was
Baby Durant. You probably remember this too.
A significant question mark coming out of Florida. NFL analysts said it, scouts said it, most of the sports media said it. But then Tebow started winning. 1 or 2 passes a game and probable fourth quarter drives, a team that had no business being in the playoffs, finding themselves in the playoffs. On top of that, Tebow was an outspoken Christian. And the sports media, First Take very much included, could not look away.
Everything was encompassed in one story. Religion, culture, class, race, everything within Tim Tebow. Now, couple that with the fact that despite many people saying he wasn't the best quarterback, he was winning. And they were going to the playoffs. So it was a big sports story.
That's the formula. Like sports radio decades before, Tebow wasn't just a sports story, but entertainment. This time, it was a culture war and miniature fought on a football field. The ratings spiked every time Tebow came up.
Half the people may hate what you're doing, half the people may love what you're doing, but they're watching. So even the people may hate watch. Tim Tebow was one of those things, those stories and people where eyeballs were on him even if you didn't like him, because they were watching to see what he was doing, and it may be hate watching. I can't believe this guy's winning. I can't believe he's doing what he's doing.
First Take had found its perfect subject.
So they found the perfect person to attach to that formula that sports journalism had used years ago, whenever it was the old school paper era, right? So remember how they were saying the sports is the background and then you just tell a story based on that. So they used Tim Tebow. This era was crazy. Played at Florida, was like player of the year, best player in the nation, and then goes to the NFL and was not that great, but somehow kept winning games, was very outspoken about his religion. It was just a crazy time in the media because it was also when ESPN learned. It all culminated into the exact same time. It all just came together so perfect. So every single ESPN show was about Tim Tebow. And it was like Skip and Stephen A might be talking about it one day, like Tim Tebow is never, look, he had a bad game and they're never going to be good again. He's going to get cut tomorrow. And then the next day might be like, he just threw a touchdown. He was really good. He might be the best player in the league. It was just like every day. It was like so sensationalized. And then you guys brought up some of those other ones, Jordan versus LeBron. If Jordan versus LeBron, who's the GOAT? Then it was LeBron James, every single, the Lakers or the Cavs or the Miami Heat, whatever the hot topic was after that. They just kept trying to find another Tim Tebow. And that is what our sports journalism has completely become.
And in finding it, he had also found the template for everything that would come after, not just in sports, but everywhere. Tim Tebow was First Take's proof of concept, and the rest of American media was paying very close attention. First Take with Stephen A. and Skip did more for hot takes than any other duo before it. They connected with fans both positively and negatively, but they also figured out something. They figured out the mechanics of making debates on television work.
Yeah, it was a whole trend and everything. This was like one of the first viral sports stories ever.
Baptist church, we say, not only can you sing, you can sing. And there's a difference between singing the notes and singing the notes.
So now, that icky feeling I used to get about Stephen A. Smith, I never knew what it was. I never knew what it was. That personally, what do I not like? It feels off. It's this. It's this. Exactly what he just pointed out. They're singing and they're singing. Stephen A. Smith is just always singing.
And Stephen A. knows how to sing the notes, and that's what I think people take away. Skip believed what he said, and people would go, how can you think that? How can you say that about LeBron? But Skip was going to say it, and he was going to keep saying it. And nobody watched more sports or prepared harder than Skip Bayless.
Skip and Stephen.
But he is the GOAT. He is the one that kind of started this ball rolling, brought on Stephen A. And Stephen A. became what Stephen A. is now.
As First Take thrived and Around the Horn and PTI continued to dominate ESPN afternoons, Fox Sports rolled out their own slate of talking head shows. The Hot Take had taken over all of sports. And we knew it because people started making fun of it. 30 Rock spoofed Around the Horn directly. Jay Farrow impersonated Stephen A. on Saturday Night Live.
Mario Chalmers should not be allowed to have arms to shoot a basketball in the fourth quarter.
The Onion created a fake sports debate show so precise it functioned almost as a documentary. The joke worked because the reality was already indistinguishable from the parody. The Hot Take became a language, a way for people to argue in public that people could recognize, imitate, make fun of, and participate in all at the same time.
But I'm just not into the idea of you have to play it safe. I think you should be provocative. It's entertainment.
The cycle,
again, I don't know. There's something about crossing that line for me that feels interesting. I don't know.
Had been built. The more that the sports networks who aired the games put on people who could analyze and hot take about them, the more it drove fans to want to watch them. And that would drive up live game audiences and ratings. And now that these shows were profitable, it gave the networks another source of revenue. Now, the hot takes would only get hotter and hotter. And that's when it started jumping the shark. Cable news had been watching. The executives at CNN, Fox News, and MSNBC had seen the same thing sports radio had figured out decades earlier. Conflict is the product. Outrage keeps people watching. You don't reach your audience by informing them. You reach them by making them feel something strong enough that they can't turn it off.
So now we're getting into this, again, a lot of people that are selling programs online that are being sensational, trying to make viral videos. This is the MDW formula, right? MDW is not trying to teach you footwork. He's not trying to teach you what the rules are. He's trying to be so outrageous that you keep watching his videos, that you keep engaging. Voila.
So they started building their own versions of First Take. Panels of people with strong opinions arguing about the news of the day. The split screen, the crosstalk, the host as referee. The format translated almost perfectly because it was never really about sports to begin with. It was about the most effective architecture for generating and sustaining engagement. Sports was just where it got perfected.
People caught on to what we were doing. People are looking at, how can I make a name for myself? How can I make a point resonate? How can I get clickbait? And all of that has come into play because of something that we started.
And then came the moment that showed exactly how far that logic could travel.
Why doesn't he show his birth certificate? I think he
should he
probably
have to?
Because I have to, and everybody else has to.
In 2011, Donald Trump went on television and started questioning whether Barack Obama was born in the United States.
There you go. There you go. That's what all this culminates into. The hot take in sports, the hot take when you keep going bigger, pause, go bigger, go bigger, go bigger. Eventually you get to a point where people just be saying stuff. Hey, any media is good media, right? Any attention is good attention. Crazy.
You are not allowed to be a president if you're not born in this country. He may not have been born in this country.
Trump understood something about the media environment that most politicians didn't yet. Trump understood the hot take. The birther conspiracy was provocative without being immediately disprovable to a casual audience.
So that's the thing, right? So my channel, what's the law? There's a whole there's a philosophical law about this, but it's basically it takes way more energy to dispute bullshit than it does to just say bullshit. So people now know you can just say whatever you want to say, and it's like it's going to get way more attention, because for someone to disprove it, it's going to take way more work and effort. And that's where we are right now. That's just how our society works at the moment. Again, you look at these videos I try to make where I call out skills trainers. By the time I finally made one, there's 100 more videos up of people just doing the same thing.
It touched race and legitimacy and American identity simultaneously. It split people into two passionate camps. Trump had found his Tim Tebow moment. Half the country was furious. Half the country was energized. All of them watching. The political media was now running the exact same playbook as First Take, because like with Tebow, every time Trump's birther conspiracy came up, the ratings spiked, and people, regardless of what they thought, couldn't stop watching. Because the machine doesn't know the difference between a constitutional crisis and a quarterback controversy. All it cares about is that people are watching and money is being made.
It has shocked me to see hot takes become a part of politics, because I think there was always a certain feeling of decorum in the way that you presented things, particularly when it came to politics and the way you reacted. But I can see now some of these discussions and debates have just kind of devolved at a certain point. And First Take has played a role in shaping the current political environment, because
and now Stephen A. Smith is running for some form of office. Crazy. Not because he knows anything about politics. He just knows how to create hot takes.
People believe that this is the way to talk and get your point across.
And all of this has led to the golden age of hot takes. Stephen A. Smith reportedly makes close to $40 million a year, more than many of the athletes he's talking about. And that tells you exactly what this system rewards. What cable news did to the hot take, social media did to cable news. Twitter gave everyone a platform. Facebook gave everyone an audience. TikTok gave everyone a production studio in their pocket. The format that required Skip Bayless and Stephen A. Smith, a production team, and minute-by-minute ratings analysis was now available to anyone with a phone and an opinion.
Right now we're at a point where social media has made a lot of people being comfortable being gangsters or just be cruel. And so you're seeing a lot more of that. Instead of the celebration, you're seeing people tear each other down a lot.
The cruelty that Antoine describes isn't just a bug in the system. It's the feature of the system. Reporting the story made me think a lot about what it was like to be on the inside of this machine myself. Before I started this YouTube channel, I was on ESPN. I sat in the format and felt what those shows demand and what it takes from you. In 2023, Stephen A. Smith made comments about Shohei Ohtani. Stephen A. suggested that Shohei Ohtani could not be the face of baseball because he didn't speak English in press conferences.
I don't think it helps that the number one face is a dude that needs an interpreter so you can understand what the hell he's saying.
The comments led
like, this is the issue with hot takes, is like you always are pushing up to the line. You're always towing the line, And then obviously you're gonna be stepping over it multiple times. This is the whole Stephen A. Smith formula, right? Baby Durant kind of pointed it out earlier. Skip Bayless would always say crazy stuff, but he would believe it. There'd be like a little nugget of truth, and he would believe it, or he would say something so outrageous you could just tell he didn't believe it. And it's like, okay, he's playing the game, whatever. Stephen A. Smith will say stuff and he just gets away. He just crosses the line and doesn't care. And he might apologize for it later, might not, but he just like crosses the line so often, and it thinks he's bigger than the program. And I think that's the difference, is like every iteration. And now you get someone like Trump again, who will just cross the line even further. There's going to be someone else after that who's going to cross. It's just like, if we keep elevating this to the top of our society, like it only gets worse.
Ended hard in the Asian American.
So right here, people are misinterpreting what I was saying, but it's like, no, don't. Again, you're doing the thing. You're doing the Austin Rivers thing. I'm sorry you took it that way, right? That's how a lot of people apologize. That's not a real apology. I'll give you that. I will give you that point. No, you're not giving me that point. You were wrong. Just say you were wrong. Stephen A. Smith could have said, oh yeah, I shouldn't have said that. I didn't do enough. I didn't think about that enough before I said it. But he just won't. He just keeps being sensational. And then they always get to say, like I was talking about earlier, it's just business. Or I was just rage baiting. I was just engagement farming. All right, but at some point, like, you should be held responsible for just being ignorant for so long, but not $40 million a year, which obviously he makes way more than that.
Community. They felt reductive. All of this happened as there was a rise in hate crimes toward Asian people in America during the COVID pandemic and Trump's decision to call it the China virus. So when ESPN asked me to come on First Take and talk about it with Stephen A., I said yes. I went in with a sense of purpose about wanting to educate Stephen A. and America on the history of being Asian in this country, contextualizing what Stephen A.'s comments about Shohei Ohtani meant in the moment, and how much of a negative impact that mindset had on not just the Asian American community, but in my eyes, the United States of America. And I said it. I made my points. I pushed back on Stephen A. directly and on the record on live television. Stephen A. apologized and later wrote about how the incident changed his perspective on his career in his memoir. And then I watched what happened next. The clips went everywhere. It was on the front page of ESPN.com and all over social media. And in the coming weeks, days, and months, I started to realize how that moment actually landed. People came up to me and said that I had dunked on Stephen A. They didn't talk about the substance of what I had said or anything around the controversy and why what Stephen A. said was offensive and wrong. They were talking about me getting Stephen A. Smith to apologize, getting the guy who never apologizes to apologize. The format had absorbed what I had said and shot out the most provocative version of that argument. And while the substance was still there if you watch the entire segment, what actually traveled on social media and conversations with other people was the moment of the idea that I had dunked on Stephen A. Smith. But this is the hardest thing to admit about that entire situation and how it changed my life. Even though what I had said in many ways had gotten flattened, it helped my career. It was the most exposure.
Now we're getting into, these are the thoughts I have all the time. I've got a story to tell about this. What he's about to break down, I think this one hit me. This one hit me right here, okay?
I had ever gotten. It had opened up opportunities for me that I never had before. It eventually led to me getting a raise at work. It, by all metrics of success, was a massive one. But standing in the aftermath of that moment, I started to feel something that I didn't quite expect. I started to feel the pull. I started realizing why giving hot takes is so seductive, because the audience gain is real. The raises that you get at work are real. The type of attention that you get that is often beneficial for your career is real. And I could feel in that moment how easy it would be to start optimizing for it, to start thinking about sports only through the lens of whether or not I can make an opinion that could go viral on social media, that could get more attention, because the money that you do make from hot takes in reality in this industry is more than the money you make from doing straight up traditional reporting.
It is very easy to get views by rage baiting. It's very easy to get attention by engagement farming. It's actually very easy to do. But educating and getting it right and having factual analysis is very tough, very difficult, and it doesn't pay well.
And journalism. That's a real fact. And that is why I think hot takes have gotten out of control.
So this video, if you guys want to check it out, this is June Lee, Vice Sports and June Lee. I'm going to put the link in the chat right now. But obviously when this video comes out, I'll put a link in the description too. I'll pin this comment or pin this message. But if you guys want to check out this video, if you want to share this video around, the entire reason I did this video is because I do think it's very important I saw this and it just validated a lot of the feelings I had about like engagement farming, rage baiting, and just like the way our society views this stuff and not wanting to perpetuate it. Obviously, I've felt that for a long time, but to know there's larger creators, there's other people that feel that same way. And I wanted my audience to kind of see it so that you guys can see when these things are happening. And I don't know what the direction is. I don't know how you hold people accountable. I don't know how you fight against this. I don't know how you participate in a system without partaking. I don't know. So, you know, one of the big things for me is gambling sponsorships. And I recognized really early on in my YouTube career that like everyone takes gambling sponsorships. And I'm like, okay, so I'm going to be operating with less money, which means I can't hire as many editors or I can't do as much content because I'm not taking that money. But then if I take that, well, I take the next thing and the next thing. So this is one of those questions I think you think about a lot as a creator. I think a lot of people don't, and that's okay. But this is just happening. The system is just built for us almost to fail or to shed our morals and just be okay with it. So I wanted to know what you guys thought of it. I thought this was a very good video. Another quick example, the very first time, so I've ran basketball camps for a very long time, but the very first time I was in charge of the entire front end to back end of the basketball camp, setting it up, organizing, then taking in the money and doing all of these sort of things and everything, overseeing the whole thing. The first time I was in charge of that, it wasn't set up well. Like there was no checks and balances. There was nobody. We used to just take cash. There was no system put in place. So I had to put the system in place. The very first time I put that system in place for the club that I was working for, I was counting the money up. There's no one else in the stadium, counting the money up. And I'm looking at this just pile of cash. I've got thousands of dollars in cash just sitting there in front of me. No cameras, nothing. And I'm like, man, I could just like pocket some of this money because you do those every day. You do those camps every day. So couple thousand here, couple thousand tomorrow. Do that for 2 weeks. I'm like, man, I could walk away from this for like a couple $1,000s. But then I was like, man, if I take money, what would stop me from like doing this more? And then eventually losing my job because I get caught and then not having a good job. It like spirals, right? So that was a moment that stood out to me in my career of, okay, I'm going to set some boundaries. I'm going to put in a system that doesn't allow people, because I'm a human, right? So we always have our human emotions that get attached to these things. So I was like, I'm going to put in a system to where the money doesn't exchange hands. It just goes straight to the club. We do electronic pay. You pay beforehand. So it made the job easier for one, but then there was more checks and balances. And then it kept that human emotion from getting involved. So I think these things happen all the time in our lives. I don't think it makes you a bad person if you slip up. I don't think it makes you a bad person for not understanding exactly what your morals are in certain situations, and we all grow and improve. But when it gets like this, what was described in this video, and it gets all the way up to our president, and it's all the way so thoroughly inducted into our society, I'm like, how do we undo this? Like, how do we undo this? I don't know. So anyways, I thought it was a very good video. You guys let me know what you thought down below. We'll see you in the next one. So chat, I know that video is a little bit different than what we typically do. But again, I think when there's really important topics, I know we get less viewers when I do stuff like that and whatever. But again, this is part of that. This is part of those conversations I think about. Do I just want to chase viewers and just do what I think is going to be the most popular videos, or like, are there some really important community building aspects like these types of videos and discussions that I would like to have? So yeah, what do you guys think? The web travels so deep to those that are already radical, and they use it as ammo to radicalize those on the bubble. Then the bubble moves closer to the center. 100%. Watched the video last week or so. Definitely a good piece of journalism. I liked it as well. Hate gambling sponsorships. I don't, and again, I do want to be clear on that. I don't hate gambling sponsorships necessarily. I don't hate people that take them, but I do think if you're taking a gambling sponsorship, I think it does tell me a lot about like the types of systems you're willing to sell to your audience. And then, so I think if you're just there for entertainment, I actually have no problem with gambling sponsorship. Obviously, if you're not directed at kids, but if it's just entertainment, whatever. But when you're instructional, when you're giving instruction, when you're teaching, when you're selling programs, I think that's when you kind of cross the line. Like the NBA. I don't think the NBA should have I don't think they should be working with gambling sponsorships, because you start crossing that line, right? Most of the sponsorships are gambling. Gotcha games, that's another one. I used to play Genshin Impact. I played that for a little bit, and then I got to a point where I'm like, wait, this is just like wanting me to pay more money for characters. I just want to play the game. I can only play 20 minutes before I have to like do daily. I have to play it every day. I have to log in. Then I started realizing, like, imagine you're a kid. I was an adult, so I was like, I'm just not going to play this anymore. But I'm like, imagine you're a kid and you get addicted to it, and then it's like more money. Yeah. So anyways, it's crazy. So I just try to point it out to people whenever they talk to me about rage bait bullshit. They clearly got fooled. Like, hey, you got your dumbass right. You don't have to do that, for sure. Just really weird takes. No. It's all algorithm. It's all planned. Jake Paul. I heard Jake Paul talk about this years ago. Jake Paul was talking about it. He goes, yeah, it's outrage. He's like, I know how to manipulate people. I know how to get you to watch. I know how to get you to buy a product. And so he's very intentional with the way he moves. So people think he's just outrageous and crazy. No, he's very smart, but he also is okay. Like, money is like a very important thing to him. It's more important than friendships, or I'm putting words in his mouth. I don't know. It's probably something very important to him. Clout, fame, money, it's probably very important to him, high up on the scale. So he'll get rid of a lot of other things to chase those things. Once is a mistake, twice is a pattern. Gambling is a strictly no-go. But it's such a big thing in the space. Coach, you can blame this one on me. I sent Gil a few Bruce games. Yeah, it's your fault. Can't promote gambling when your viewership is a lot of young people. I can only gamble on myself. See me in Madden. Because I don't innately have a problem with gambling. I think gambling's fine. But I just know it's a very predatory industry. And it's typically like the house always wins. And then the way they do everything is so psychological to how they try to get people to get hooked and addicted. That's the part of it I don't like. We got to fix this issue. Sports is such a digestible medium. What T. Crawford said, that just shows your character. Not a good or bad thing, just shows who you are. Defunding education. Yeah, this generation is fried. That's why we can't. That's why, yeah, if you want to make more money, just make a new product. We just sell another product. Half the time, the parents are the dumbasses falling for things. Well, most of the time, to be honest. My generation is really bad with this. My generation is so gullible. I don't know what happened. Gambling is just a net negative on society. In theory, it could be fine. Yeah, in theory, gambling's fine, because again, that was like the first way that people traded. Gambling is like one of the very first forms of entertainment. It's like one of the oldest forms of entertainment, and it's just so human. It's just a human thing to do. So that's why I hate that it's like large companies. I hate that there's so much money to be made in it with a middleman. I think person-to-person gambling is fine, but it's like once you involve that middleman, once you involve the casino, once you involve the sports gambling company, once you involve that other person, that's when it starts going haywire, because it's like, yeah, they're taking money from everyone and then trying to get you addicted. There's another video, and I'll probably watch this. Hey, we'll watch this. I'm going to do more of these segments and more of these types of streams if you guys are okay with that. There was a video I watched that was on sports gambling as well. And it dove into the psychology of how sports gambling companies get people addicted. And I think that'd be a very fun watch. I watched that about a year ago, I think it was. Which was like cigarettes and alcohol legal, but can't advertise for it. Yeah, when I was in Australia, cigarettes, on the carton of cigarettes would always be warning labels. So it'd be a warning and it would show like someone's face gone because of cancer caused by chewing tobacco, right? Then it would show someone's like a hole in their lung on the picture on the cigarette package. So buying cigarettes, you have to be confronted with that warning every time. Whereas over here, it's like candy, fireworks, free money, pew, pew, pew. I swear it's Facebook. Well, yeah, it's social media in general. All of those are very bad now. Yeah, I saw the Brandon Clark thing. It's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Every ad should mention that most people lose. Yeah, there's tons of better ways to regulate it. Us old guys don't fall for shit because we don't believe it anybody ever. Facebook, I think so I was really fortunate that I grew up without social media and I've grown up at the height of it. So I remember what it was like not having social media. And then I learned how to use it as it was becoming popular. And now I know how to navigate it because I've had both experiences. I think a lot of old people grew up without social media and then they weren't using it as it was getting popular. So they didn't see how it evolved. So they don't understand how to connect with it and how it pertains to their life. And then it got popular and it's this huge thing. And now people know how to manipulate it and whatever. And now they're getting involved with it. Now they've gotten involved with it on the back end where people know how to manipulate your emotions and feelings, but they haven't had that experience on the way up, how to deal with it, I saw a video today. I was scrolling through Instagram today and it was a girl in a sports bra in booty shorts and she was like jab stepping and then she jabbed throwdown around a dude, 2 dribbles to the basket, dunks over 2 people, hangs on the rim and lets go. And I was like, wait. And I watched it again, not because it was a girl in a sports bra, but I'm looking at the lines on the court and where she's at in relation to the basketball goal on the other end and the angle she drove at. I was like, oh, this is AI. This is artificial intelligence. This is not real, but it looked so real. It was so indistinguishable because the artificial intelligence videos that we had, the AI videos that we had like a year ago, there was a dude that like goes to dunk it and his arm like goes backwards. The basketball goes through his body and he dunks it and then they fall and it looks like realistic people and it looks realistic court, but the physics just don't match up. And you could obviously tell it was fake. But this video, it's only been like a year later, it looked very real. And the only way I could tell was like really focusing in, looking at it where the lines were on the court. And when the angle changed, it went from looking like she was driving this way to where it looked like she was driving this way. But you couldn't really tell because the camera moves. And that was the only way. That was the only way I could tell. And I was like, this is AI. This is going to be scary in a couple months' time. But again, because I know this, now when I watch videos, I just assume they're AI first. And then I try to be like, oh, maybe it's real, but it's probably AI. Whereas I think there's a lot of people online that don't understand how good AI is with video, and they just believe what they see. So that's the scary part. Still remember having wooden desks and chairs. Dial up. Neener, neener. Coach freaked out. Send me that video. Let me be. Yeah. Hey, do you got a link for that video so I can just see the AI? Yeah, that wasn't a straight line drive. You're right. That wasn't a straight line drive. Hold on. Something's off here. Will Smith AI back when it first started compared to now. It's crazy, isn't it? I got to check this video out. Yeah, just for scientific research. Pranked someone at your job with AI, took a pic of their car, made it look like someone hit it. It's so wild how crazy it's getting. they're only half paying attention, so they don't notice the AI slip-ups. Those AI slip-ups, yeah, I look for them. But now I'm getting to the point where I was like, especially that video I saw today, it was this morning, and I almost just scrolled past. And then, like I said, she won't wear a lot of clothes. And so I might have stayed watching for half a second longer, maybe. But then I was like, she kind of just took off. But it looked real. The first thought was, oh, I bet the goal was lowered. That's how I know how crazy it's getting, because I was like, the goal was lowered. And then I was like, even just the physics of like jumping, swinging on the rim, and then jumping off, I was like, I don't know if that looked very ladylike. That was like, it just, something's off. And then I'm watching the angle of the drive. I'm like, all right, this is AI. I'm terrified. AOL discs. Yeah. IG AI models, got tired of seeing that. Yeah, so anyways, let me know what you guys thought of doing. Do you like doing those types of videos and discussion pieces every once in a while? I think those are good videos to go on like the third channel and have larger conversations. Maybe we can do those like once a day or something. But I did want to watch a video. Do you guys want to watch the new TNC video with C4 and Cam, or do you want to watch the new Ball is Life with Judah and Zay? It's a 3v3. Which one would you guys prefer to watch? Yeah, but that's the thing. I hate saying this because it is kind of, I don't know if it's a sexist thing to say, but she looked like a model, like an IG model, like a fitness influencer. And then like to cross and then jump, I was like, oh, now she looks like a freak athlete. I'm like, I don't know if you can have both. That was crazy. Ball is Life, TNC, Ball is Life. All right, we'll watch the Ball is Life one. We'll probably get to both of them. Like I said, we got a big day today. We'll probably get to them both. We'll do Ball is Life first. They're playing in the brightest gym of all time. Oops, let's do this. The Scotty interview about the summit. Oh, yeah, we'll watch that. Well, let's watch that. Maybe that'll be the last thing we do. So we'll watch this. We'll watch a TNC video, and then we'll watch the Scotty BLS video. Convo on Discord. I want to discuss your thoughts on OTD Elite. Okay, do you want to do that tomorrow? Top 10 rookies. I don't know who the rookies are. Is that Teo? Bijan? It depends. Again, are you calling Keem a rookie? What does rookie mean? Is that new or less than 5 games? How we get set up like that with all that in the trunk? Wait, what? Fitness influencer, chill out, man. More core. Tomorrow's fine. Okay. JP versus Mia tomorrow. Yeah, we got a ton. We got a ton of videos to get through this week. Don't worry. We will not run out of basketball stuff. Start your own platform with IG Model 1s. Okay. Good luck with that. What's up, gang? Hope you're doing well. Late start today, but we got into it. Finally, Ball is Life. Things took a toxic turn and Zay almost crashed out. ... Judah wanted all the smoke. DMV versus Toronto. 3v3. Let's get into it. Easy. It's getting spicy in here. Oh, we're not doing this. We are not watching the intro.
Demanded. Toronto made their arrival felt. A city behind them. A crowd wanting more. Because even after an impressive debut, they proved something bigger than wins or losses. Heart. And a team that refuses to back down, no matter the moment. Now, they face their toughest challenge yet. Team DMV. School, Zay, Bruce. A trio whose chemistry has been tested throughout every battle. Connected on every level, playing like one mind. One of the most dangerous units in the battle. But Toronto has already shown you can never count them out. Chemistry meets resilience. DMV, Toronto.
Ball's Life family, welcome back to the channel.
Stealing my sayings, Fox.
6. I'm Bionic Brooks. I'm here with Dev in the lab.
Ooh, they got the names right this time. Okay, 3-0. Tampa's 3-0. DMV 2-0. Toronto 1-1. Okay.
Dev, what do we have today?
Toronto versus the DMV, and one of the biggest things to pay attention to is Toronto does not have their crowd. A lot of people thought that they would have lost both games on the first day if they didn't have that crowd, because they were juiced and everybody saw it. So today is about proving that you belong, winning those games. Now, the key factor is they're missing SK. SK is out. He got a hip flexor injury. He's done for the series, which sucks because he's been great. And then you got DMV with all that chemistry, you know, and they just get the job done. Can they sneak a win against Team DMV? Because a loss would be crucial, being that Florida went up 3-0.
I'm going to let you talk about it, man. You've been talking about it all weekend, right?
I'm going to let you talk about it. You've been talking about it all weekend. Dev's like, damn, what'd I do?
He loves them. So those players got to be aggressive early on, and they got to rebound most importantly.
That's important for that team, and you know, I could talk about it all day. When we look at the DMV, it's full of pros, guys that are going to do a little bit of everything and all of those things for this team. It starts off with Bruce. He's going to speed up the pace. He's going to be a vocal leader. He's going to be an emotional leader, and you already know he can get to that midi, that pull up. He can post up.
All right, let's get into it. I do think with these types, because with the very first game, I think it's good to get background of all the players and what should happen. I almost feel like the games going on, like if we just get like a quick recap of like the previous game they played from Bionic and Dev would be better for us going forward. Like quick recap, remember that this, oh, they just played them, and it's, oh yeah, that's right, okay, game on. Game on.
Got Bruce on the inside, turn around.
I like that. Get 2 feet in the key. Obviously, he's got more dribbles here, but I like the intentionality from Bruce. Good look.
Side turn around jumper, no good. JJ. He was very aggressive first day, taking his time, throwing up a bit of an air ball.
Is he okay?
Wild. I'm taking AJ DeBansta first.
That's an and one.
And one. Bruce with a tough pull up against JJ.
JJ's a super scrub? Nah, I wouldn't say that. I would just say he's just not a 3-on-3 player yet. They are going to Bruce.
He fouled him again. I've noticed that they go to Bruce a lot of times early. They kind of get everybody else acclimated. I've seen that before.
Bruce
almost did it again. Everybody else acclimated.
He got him with that same foul. Bruce should have sold it a little bit, but good look.
Did it again. He likes what he sees. All right. Simeon with the rebound. Clears the rock. Ooh, over to Judah. JJ for Trey. No good.
It's like a one-on-one between Bruce and JJ right now.
Corner Trey ball. Bruce. No good.
It really is.
Zay on the inside.
Bruce just shoot it every time. Good board by Zay.
On the inside. Gets it to go.
Uh-oh. But we seen it, right? They always go down.
FIBA 3-on-3 is way different than this type of 3-on-3. They're different sports.
But against a tough team like DMV, they're locked in today. They went down early against Team Philly. They're really coming out firing in this game against Toronto, looking to make a statement.
Man, Bruce is getting to exactly wherever he wants to. I really wish he would just do this a little bit more and just bully his way to the spot he wants to get to. Not necessarily trying to go through someone's chest every time, but even with just angles, like 2 feet in the key, I really think he wins 2-3 more games, you know.
Going to make a statement.
I think there's a few games that he lost where he could have really taken advantage.
Right now for Bruce is playing against JJ. JJ I don't know if I like that matchup with him on Bruce. I think that
I
would put Judah on him.
Okay. Then who's Judah? I mean, who's JJ gonna guard?
JJ can guard.
But also, FIBA 3-on-3 professionally can mean a lot of things too, right? Like it's a lot easier to get on a professional high-level FIBA 3-on-3 team because it's about amount of games played and tournaments won. You can rack up a lot of points against bad teams. It's until you start playing on the world stage where you can tell what those teams are. So I'm not saying that means he's bad FIBA 3-on-3. I'm just saying I know a lot of really bad players that play FIBA 3-on-3 professionally. I know Jimmer Fredette and his team. His team they obviously represented us in the Olympics. I know some of those guys. So I know a lot of the Aussie ones. A lot of those Aussie guys play in the NBL. They play in the highest levels. So it just, you don't know what it means.
I would like him more on the perimeter. It's just making things a little bit difficult because right now it's a mind game. Good poke away by JJ.
Good call by Scoob, noticing that JJ's trying to pull the chair on him to keep his feet under him.
Face-up game. Bruce, spin.
Oh, this is ugly.
Bro, he is eating him alive.
Spin.
Oh, this is ugly.
I tell you, I don't like that matchup if I'm Toronto.
We've seen this happen to Simeon against, I think it was D-Bone.
I don't know why, but I don't know if Bruce, I don't know what happened for Bruce to, he should have just shot this too, just to make a point. But I don't know what happened for Bruce to be playing the way he's playing.
Right over the top.
Also, real quick, let's talk about what just happened with Bruce. So Bruce has been fighting for position. And he's scored so many buckets that watch what JJ does to defend him. All right, I'm not going to let you go to your spot out there. So now Bruce is holding him over the top, gets a layup basically. Right? So if you want to be good at getting position, you got to be able to score efficiently from a spot. And then when they take that away from you, you just do the other thing. So again, this is why simplifying your game is so important.
Kick out pass.
Wide open.
Wrong man to leave open, but hasn't got a shot the whole game.
Great look though.
Black ball. Looked like Judah and JJ ran into each other.
Sports hoodies are comfortable. To some, I guess.
Early, now they're collapsing. It's leading to wide open look for Uncle Scoop.
Hey, JJ's in hell right now.
Door chamber.
Oh, okay.
I was about to say, now he's just shooting from wherever. But yeah, like I said, I feel like I'm picking on Bruce because I always point this out. But I really wish this is some of the stuff he would change. Like this sideways dribble for a long two, contest. I know he can make those, but it's like, just keep being relentless going at him. Don't let him off the hook. And then hit that like if you need to.
Judah getting aggressive. Pull up. The Trey shooter.
First shot of the game.
Corner three, Scoob.
Corner ball.
There you go.
Scoob's going to give you 12 points a game off that. Corner threes. The highest, most efficient shot in 3-on-3 basketball. He's going to get you 12 points off that.
Hot spot.
Well, it's not the whole team. Everyone on the court has those hoodies. This must have been Baller's Life's idea.
12-0 ball game right now. DMV is up. But one thing we know about Toronto, they going to fight back. They get to switch.
Nah, the only reason I'm tough on Bruce, he's got straight line drive now. The only reason I'm so tough on Bruce is because he's older now. So he can't rely on elevating over the top. He can't rely on lazy possessions and figuring it out later, right? He just has to be intentional and just have his footwork down perfectly, angles down perfectly. He just can't, if he wants to beat those top 5 players, like you just got to master those little things. But now let's see here.
This is ugly. It's ugly.
He is cooking him
with high grease.
Bro, he is frying JJ.
Wow. Bruce with 10 of the 13 points for DMV right.
Yeah, the Kobe, the LeBron, just take that Jordan approach. Just be more efficient rather than relying on athleticism.
Just not in this matchup. He's going to try to draw the foul again if he's not careful.
Jeez.
Good hand by JJ.
And even not being crisp on your passes, right? This is why it's super underrated skill here. They had a 2-on-1, and this should have been an open 3, right? He didn't get a clean catch. That's okay. But being able to pass it, like Sims got to sprint out to the corner, but being able to hit him on the money. But because look how long it took him to throw this ball, then it ends up being a bounce pass. Now he's got to reach for it. Bruce, there's no closeout now, right? So sometimes being a good player is just being able to get that ball moving. Like as soon as you catch it, get it to the next spot as quick as possible on the money. Super underrated skill. Now you have to go to work.
Downhill. That's not the guy you want to post up. Great cut by Judah. It gets Toronto on the board.
Great cut.
That's what they needed right there.
Judah, SK, and Sim. Yeah, maybe. I mean, but SK's injured. Otherwise, he would be playing.
Team New Orleans, it got ugly.
Judah. Left wing Trey. Bottoms.
Uh-oh.
Judah cold, man. Hey, full speed right. He just grabs his arm and just keeps his feet moving.
What you doing?
He cracked me up. Here we go. Sim with the rock, working from the top.
Is this funny? This is funny because you would think Sim would want this mismatch with Bruce. Obviously, I know Bruce is a good defender, but Sim actually likes posting up, right? He likes to actually post up. So this is a weird matchup because, I mean, the 3 is kind of open. Look how much space you have. But he's like, I want to get to the post. I want to get to the post.
I'll get all the way. Okay.
He loves posting up, man. It's such a weird. That's so weird. Such a weird habit.
Zay. Oh,
now get
mismatch down the low. Barbecue chicken. I'm eating good. If I'm Bruce, I'm eating good. 15-5 right now. 10-point lead right now. Team DMV. I like the switch by Toronto.
It doesn't matter. They could just get them to switch back.
Well, I think so. That is one thing I should have touched on this. I tried to when we were talking with Coach Sean, and he was like, players posting up. I think he meant it in a different way, obviously, but you should be able to post up whatever height you are, but because you're usually playing players your height. But when you play someone taller, now you should be able to face up and go to the bucket. So the fact that Sim still wants to get to the basket and post up is just, it's ironic. It's so funny to me.
See, there it goes. What are you going to do?
Over the top.
He's going to force him to foul him.
Wow, great containment by Bruce.
Bro, Bruce.
Playoff basketball is different. Every possession now plays press and boost.
Guard who he wants to guard. Great strategy.
DMV.
they doubling in the post now.
Ball, good IQ.
They should just triple switch it. That's what they should do, but.
Oh, school.
You got to shoot the first one.
Again, this is that quick decision making players need to have. Like, y'all have been going to Bruce so much that now you need to anticipate the next thing. Well, they're going to guard Bruce heavy, so now I've got to look for my option. And I always teach kids anyways. I teach players the first option on the pick and roll is always you. Like I need to look how I can score when I'm coming off a pick and roll first. If I drive aggressively or sprint to my spot for a 3 aggressively first, that's when the other things open up. Scoob right here, you got to just turn that corner, drive aggressively. And then Bruce will have an open layup here if he slips, right? So it'll be a 2-on-1. You can drop that off to Bruce, but you could sprint out for the 3 and really pull Judah out. He didn't guard you. That's an open 3. You're one of the best shooters on YouTube. If you get this shot, you shoot it. Now, next time Judah has to guard that, now Bruce will have an open layup. So, yeah, just quicker decision making.
Shoot the first one if you're Uncle School.
Scoop could have just stayed patient and got. I mean, it's a good shot either way. You know, he can knock that down.
Judah,
so can he, though. What's that? Who's clear is it?
Ooh,
Simma.
Good move.
Simma right now, cooking.
That was nice.
I like it when he's aggressive. They're going to need him in this game. Judah looking to attack against Bruce. Working from the left wing. Drives middle. Kicks it over to Sim. Tray ball. No
good look too.
17-7.
Okay, DePrez.
Your hands.
Aaron pass. JJ. Tray ball.
Finally, get on the board.
Steal into a 3. Big play.
Down 7 points right now against the DMV. Again, JJ. Ooh. He said you better put a hand up.
Yeah, you better make up some of those points from earlier.
I'd like to see JJ fight back right now. Another tray.
Oh.
No good. They're getting aggressive right here. Bruce
Gotta
and JJ.
clean it up.
Oh, Zay DePrez.
Oh, you know what he's going to do. Right
He's going to get to his spot.
Speaking of posting up as a guard.
Zay again. This is the matchup they want. It's easy. Lay me. This is the matchup they want. It's easy. Lay me.
It's like the strategy just switched on the Zay. Bino said we're going to pick on you now, Sam.
25 halftime. 25 halftime.
The 3v3 on TNC League. What game is that? Is that the one that just came out on YouTube? Bro, look at Judah. Look at Judah on this possession. Like, he goes under the screen there, obviously, but watch this. Fights over the screen, stays with him, fights over the screen again, chests him out. Holy hell.
He's playing very aggressive.
I don't think y'all realize how tough that is on defense. Keeps a hand on him the whole time, too.
Way to fight over about Judah.
Judah is playing very aggressive.
He might be the best defender in the space, man.
Over to Judah, left wing, 3 wide open. No good. They really needed that one. 2 for $1.
Ooh. A couple things. So, for one, just shoot it again. You'll maybe make this one. But this right here, again, this is why that push off. Once you realize you're not going to get through someone, like you push off and you got your drag dribble, Judah takes like 3 more steps to make that recognition. So that's something he can work on. Just quickly recognize whenever you're not going to get around him. Push off, drag dribble, spin off of it, just something rather than like fighting through it, but he'll be fine.
Judah hit the
screw it, right? Just hit a 3 over the top of someone.
Judah on the attack against Uncle Scoop, the Black Ghost, another tray ball.
It's turning into one of those games.
Okay, what are we doing?
Look right at me. Hey, stay like, go do it again.
Well, Coach Derek, why wasn't Zay waiting for the screen to be set? Because Judah's swiping for the ball. He's the one, like if he's backed up, then Zay can control his timing. But because Judah's swiping at the ball and he's forcing the issue, he's being disruptive, not giving them time to set up perfectly.
Wow. Judah from deep.
Oh, it was straight.
I thought that went in.
Short.
We've seen that from him earlier this season. He made one of those. Probably one of the toughest shots off season. Back to Bruce.
Stay
on
there.
the inside.
They're forgetting about somebody here. They're forgetting about somebody.
The IQ defensively on that play was not too good. That's not a person you want to forget about.
Nope.
Rejecting the screen.
Hey, again, just disruptive, man. Look how quickly he tries to shoot this so he doesn't get blocked. Which, again, Zay can make those, but it's a little bit more difficult than just getting a normal layup. Judah's an elite defender, man. I'm really impressed.
Clear. Stops his dribble. Oh, JJ said it's my time. Tray ball.
Y'all were making it like JJ wasn't holding his own out there. He was getting lit up on defense, but, I mean, he's probably evened it out now. He's got 4 threes.
Okay, JJ. JJ again for Trey. No way. He's not going to shoot that.
They feeling it.
Oh, he will. Judah against the Black Ghost.
3 for 13.
Floater.
Bucket.
Halftime.
It's a game. It's a game.
Guess I'll wait to see till the end.
What a game we have in front of us, Dev. One of the best 3v3.
Bruce with those 12 points so early. That was crazy. Scoob's only shot 4 times. They 4 for 6. 1 turnover. They've only got 1 turnover as a team.
Competition-wise, like it's an evenly matched game in the first half.
I'm hating on JJ. I don't care. 1 for 3, 3 for 6, 4 for 8. Yeah, I guess at halftime he's not bad. No turnovers either for their team.
In the first half, we saw Bruce really putting his imprint on this game.
Yeah, Caitlin Clark gets pushed. She takes the bait a lot with the one-on-one ISO stuff. They speed her up. They speed her up quite a bit, and sometimes good things happen. Sometimes the passes are a little erratic, but yeah, they'll blame the teammates. It happens a lot. What are 3 games for Judah that I like? Zay, LP, and Keem.
You know, getting himself going from the 3-point line. He's playing with a lot of heart. He's getting scored on, but he's handing buckets back and giving effort. We didn't see him hit the floor a few times trying to get rebounds. Doing what
Oh, yeah, the boss. Thank you for the $2, by the way. That was what I was answering to.
he's supposed to do. What's missing from this equation is Simeon.
Yes, this is the same type of series that North Carolina will be.
Hard, but he's not getting aggressive on the offense end. I want to see him get more aggressive.
And another player we want to see get more aggressive is
yesterday, 4 minutes with him on the court.
Yeah, I can't do that. So again, this is the criticism I had of TNC's latest series, right? Obviously, I know this was edited around the same time. I do think in the space, keep the halftimes if you need them, but it's like, as editors, I think we got to get a little bit tighter now with what's necessary for the player, for the person watching to see. Do I need to hear all the build up every single game? I do think Dev's intros are very good. Keep those. But then I think just give us a quick background or rundown of like what happened last game that they just played. Okay, what happened last game for both teams, and then we move on. Same thing here, like the halftimes. I think just give us the timeouts of the players, but it should not add up to more than a normal halftime, you know?
No, because last time we did that with Trey, so I ain't even about to. I go down to beat him. I'm a wrestler.
We didn't even do this yet.
Yeah.
Like we ain't scramble. They're not even making that scramble. They just going on one side and shooting.
Yeah.
Threes, let them get back in.
Yeah.
No offensive rebound.
I think we run them on the big point line. They might do that.
They cannot defend. None.
Yeah.
I don't know. Switch on none of them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I just
missed that
limb. You just wanted to make. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, I was doing it because I would have the advantage to begin it. How much you doing it?
No, I'm not worried about the beginning.
I'm not going to screen though, because I know y'all really don't need it. I'm just doing it because I'm getting the advantage. Yeah. So you run them on the line? Yeah, run the line.
Judah versus Nas. Yeah, I mean, I want to see Nas play everybody.
Okay. So quick two, get the ball off of you.
They're not playing D.
Get the ball back.
Look.
They're not playing D.
You're sleeping. So I'm just going to run this off ball.
Okay.
He was wide open.
My fault.
You tossed it. You guys go back and forth.
Okay. Okay, we just gotta make sure we're on it though. Just be aware.
We're just winning with twos, bro. Bad.
Yeah.
So get some buckets. You can beat them with threes.
Yeah.
We're hitting. Go to the rim too.
Yeah.
We just caught post up.
What up, Amir? How we doing?
Crazy because every time he's backing down, whatever, he's just holding the shirt. So if I try to go over, he goes right up and it looks like a foul. Every single time.
Let him get there though. He's fucking weak.
You're right.
Not weak, but
When you see him turn, that's when you hold. Because he didn't even make a move. So when he makes the initial move, then you hold. Don't just stay in hold.
Okay, I see what you mean.
You know what I mean? Wait until he makes a move.
It's not doing nothing, fam. Once we get going, no one's stopping us.
It's not doing nothing, fam.
Wow, what a game, chat. Let us know who.
So their accent will always sound like a bootleg British accent. Yeah, it does a little bit.
Or Team Toronto. We're live in Season 3 of Battlegrounds. I see they're going back to their original defensive assignment.
Okay, they talked about this. They talked about being in that triangle, that horns action. To see what they're going to start getting off of that.
It's good. They're switching those screens now. In the first half, they weren't doing it. Zay to press for Trey.
All right, when Zay starts hitting threes, what we doing?
Dribble.
Got a new game dropping on Friday.
Downhill.
Might be game of the year. Nah, don't hype it up. Don't overhype it, because now we're expecting game of the year material.
Hezzy, downhill.
He got him on the
Day 83 of asking for Fomby versus Moon. Not today. We got a lot to cover today, but day 84 maybe.
Zay with the turnover.
Shot that free throw hard.
You don't see that happen much from him.
Yeah, but game of the year over Scoob Nas?
Uncle Scoob against Judah. Judah caught the high hand in the first half. Foul on the play.
Tap in and hold you accountable. I got you. I got you.
First foul. I like that Uncle Scoob is taking this personally. He's taking this matchup on. He said, I got him. He's the best player on the team.
Ooh.
2 fouls in a row, Judah to the line. And we seen that in the first game this season that Toronto had. He loves that spin move. Drive hard left, spin back to the middle. He's going to draw a lot of fouls.
I'm scared of his type of spin moves if I'm the defender because he throws his head. You know.
Yeah, he's spinning fast as hell.
But it's effective.
That's his whole game. Yeah, but I mean, it's tough to guard. You still get it's tough to guard downhill and then spin. If you overplay it, if you don't overplay it, just downhill.
On low key.
Deep three, no good. JJ on the inside.
Oh, JJ.
You sick for showing You sick for showing everybody.
Showing everybody else.
I see. Okay, I might see where y'all going with the JJ hate. Okay, not that I think you should.
Jada press, step back, trade.
At least it's reasonable.
Judah working out, taking his time.
Great pass.
Inside to JJ.
There you go.
Easy finish.
Yeah, just do that last time. Do that last time.
Make shot.
Easy.
Just realize that whoever wins Bijan versus Day Day is going to tell you to react. Facts. Yo, coach, you watch my vid yet?
They're a 1-point ball game right now. DMV in Toronto.
What's Nas 3v3?
I like that. Hey, unsung hero
I didn't
right
see
now.
What happened?
JJ,
I saw him throw the ball.
I like that.
So that was.
Toronto. Uh-oh.
Oh, we missed it. Yeah, okay.
Uh-oh, it's getting spicy in here. 1-point ball game right now.
Pushes the ref's hand off.
DMV in Toronto.
Yeah, my bad. I missed it.
I like that. Hey, unsung hero
I didn't
right
see
now.
What happened? I saw him throw the ball at him.
JJ gave the ball, put it in Zay's chest. Zay didn't like that. Zay is taking that personal. Half spin JJ. Getting to his spot. Blows the layup.
You think he's going to try to shoot this one?
Yes. Floater. Uncle School. JJ got the board.
Hit that.
Clear over to Sim. Come on, Sim.
Oh, yeah.
Judah. He just couldn't quite contain that pass.
Again, tough pass. It was very low.
Yeah, it was a bad
short.
pass.
Yeah, we'll probably watch that one as well.
Just a little short.
Not enough on it. Uncle School.
The Black Ghost with the ball.
There we
Open
go.
3-point.
Yeah, just be locked in, ready to shoot every time. Score 30 from there if you got to, Scoop.
Uncle School.
They haven't shown they can guard that pick and roll.
The rock. Judah with the clear. Against Zay. Gets downhill. Left hand. Nothing.
Is that a foul?
He said he got him on the arm.
Okay.
Three-point ball game right now. Still a lot of basketball still left to be played. Simeon getting downhill.
He love posting up, man. He don't drive to drive. He drives to post. It's so crazy to me. Like he's not trying to pick this up and go score. Because I think he's got a good angle. But he like wants Scoob in front of him so he can like post.
Good poke away. Judah still with it.
Good hustle.
Bruce, great hustle. Uncle School, left wing
Bang,
Trey.
bang.
No good. JJ. He's been aggressive in the second half.
The defense.
Scoop lay.
Oh,
that's tough.
Bro, he's killing it. He's scoring points though. I thought he had a way worse game than this.
Impressed me with a couple of his moves. He's playing aggressive and tough after getting scored on at will in the first half. Judah with a tray, nothing but the air.
He's 6'7". He can post whoever he wants.
Bruce, 1 point ball game.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's recognizing it yet, Castro. I talked about this yesterday with Map. I think around November or around August, people are going to start recognizing how big this 3-on-3 kind of tournament really has been.
Here we go. JJ said he liked what he see with Uncle School working from the right wing. Post him up.
JJ feeling himself right now.
Can't get it to go. Zay over to Bruce. Top of the key.
Couldn't get it to go good.
In another universe, you would have liked to see Scoob Pro highlights. Point guard Scoob.
Want to foul and send someone to the free throw line. JJ upset with himself after that last bucket, or lack thereof. Tried to draw the foul, can't get it.
You better get up, man. You can't complain.
Zay against Judah.
Oh!
Swap. Zay against Judah.
Golly.
Oh! Swap.
David Williams, thank you for subscribing.
What a strong block by Judah.
I'd attack him again.
He said, I'd attack him again?
Say again.
What?
Ooh.
Huh? What the hell?
What?
Ooh. Zay with a hanging finish. 5-point ball game. Timeout on the floor. Toronto called it.
Run that replay.
By Zay.
Run that replay.
Wow. What a move.
What was that?
What a move.
See, Toronto always going to make it a game. You think they're about to get blown out. They completely flipped the script on you.
He indeed did attack him again. Yeah.
Always going to fight back. And that's the theme of this season. Who going to fight back?
We're playing their game when we start to crash for calls, fam. Play our game, play through everything, just attack.
I see what you're saying. I do. He's like, play through everything, but it's like he has complained for a couple fouls.
You know what I'm saying?
And he's getting scored on probably the most.
You're right.
But Sim hasn't really done anything on offense either. I think that's really hurting them.
No, but they're gonna, yeah. Okay. So we're switching to make sure he's attacked.
He's on you most of the time.
Okay. I wasn't in the beginning. I don't do that, but if they're gonna call little stupid fouls on me.
Yeah, so they're telling him right now. They're telling him right now, like, you can't lay there and complain.
Go lay it up. You're not at this point. You're not going to expect that at all.
I should have played a shot.
I mean, but it's still 2-possession game.
Where you at? I'm in the corner. Yeah, definitely go. Okay, I ain't been hoping hard. I've been guarding the corner. Let's go. You run to the corner.
He's scared.
If I'm getting beat. All right.
That's what I'm saying. Close off.
I can go though. Like you said that one time, give it one in the corner. Damn. One thing in the corner with the lob, the man top of the key. You know what I'm saying? Stay there. So I thought you were back here on the backside.
Oh, I just
you ran corner. Maybe like number corner, top of the key.
That's just some scramble shit. I figured it out.
Take the rim out. Let me talk it out. I'm going, and then I'm gonna know where to go. Rim first.
Elbow player.
Rim first, sir. Point you out the way.
But I'm gonna just keep running. Yeah, I'm gonna just keep running. If I see you there, I'm gonna just keep running.
We back to this action. DMV versus Toronto. Battleground Season 3. A lot on the line. Toronto, they looking to get a dub against a tough team. Bruce, tray ball, no good. JJ on the board. Off to the clear. A little frustrated because he's getting harassed. Trying to get active. Step back. Nothing.
Oh, almost made that.
Zay with the board. Out for the clear. Working in that corner against Sim.
Oh, that's tough.
Oh, he's a little guy. Get him out of the street. Get the baby out the street. Get these kids out the street. Zay ain't for it.
There goes Bruce strategy, speeding things up.
Down the stretch. Zay.
Speeding things up.
Down the stretch. Zay.
I mean, I couldn't see if he landed on his foot.
Good block.
Good block. I didn't see the contact after the play, so I didn't see if he
just Bionic downloaded new trash talk. Get these babies out the street.
But either way, it's a turnover.
Doesn't matter. Simeon over to Judah. Judah looking to post up Uncle School, taking his time. Big body down there, draws the foul.
Nah, it was this stream that we talked about it. It was this stream earlier on that we talked about.
Like the foul call, you're like, hey, I'm going to get aggressive. I see how they're calling the game. You impose your will, go to the line. And he's been really good from the free throw line up until this point.
That was crazy.
Commentator's curse.
Judah is playing really good defense.
He is.
Yeah, Zay Judah will be a great game.
JJ with the rock. Sim on the attack against.
Gotta be willing to shoot, Sim.
Hesitation, gets to that pull up. Nothing. JJ.
Sim's got to be willing to shoot threes just to like spread the floor, space the floor a little
Toronto.
I like JJ's hustle. And he kind of matched the gangster. Like when Bruce was loking up, getting physical with him, JJ matched his energy, and I appreciate that. Whether he's a little light in the back pocket, he got heart, man. They're looking to go to him again. Bruce got that arm.
I like the no call there.
You ready
Looks
to shoot?
like Bruce create that contact. Sim, tray ball, corner pocket is good.
I think that was one of the biggest buckets of the game. Because if he gets activated, then, you know. But it's either him or School. Who's going to get going first? Or him.
Foul on the play.
Yeah, he don't laugh at none of my jokes. He hates me.
Sim, tray ball is good. We got a 1-point game.
Got to be willing to shoot. Got to be willing to shoot.
Right now. Chat, talk to us. Who should we invite back on the scene?
Pass.
JJ.
Throw down. That was the Nas.
Money time.
It's the Nas here. Jab right, throw down left.
To us.
See, I just don't think he needs that much of a bag. He's full speed right, full speed left. He can add those counters later.
Who should we invite?
That should have been a dunk, though.
Pass.
JJ, no good.
Oh,
Hustle by JJ. Bruce, tray ball.
Good look. What do I think about heels up as a shooter? It's kind of like the gap in the palm. You know, I don't really emphasize it, but
Scoop from deep.
It can be a good way to get players to understand where they should be balancing on their shot.
Left to right, working against Zay. Fakes the pass, step back for the tray. No good. Same team.
Did Scoop just flop? Did Scoop flop because he think he was getting fouled?
Step back for the tray. No good. Same team.
Oh, no, I thought he did. That was Bruce's arm. I thought Scoop flopped.
4-point ball game. DMV versus Toronto. Bruce versus Judah.
He's going to have to sit down now. You know, he on the attack. His 2-dribble burst to the back. You know, he on the attack.
Full speed left. One extra dribble just to deal with Zay possibly digging down.
His 2-dribble burst to the basket.
He is good, man. He's like really good.
Great game.
I'm going to get so many comments. Everyone, you glazing, Jude. You glazing, coach.
He's going to post him up.
Ooh, loses his footing just a little bit. Bump. Gets his own rebound. Kicks it to JJ. Corner. Over to Sim.
This is a big shot right here. Oh, my.
Oh, wow.
That was a big
Scoop was
shot.
sleeping. Zay looking to work out from the left wing. Pull back.
Trust it.
Yes, Yoru.
I have no idea why he just let him shoot that ball right there.
He's open.
Yeah,
Zay with
He just hit the ball.
Yeah,
Zay with a
JJ
tough finish. 7-point ball game. DMV.
Yeah, Zay's layups are a 102. And it only goes up to 99, but somehow he got a 102.
Down the stretch is money time, chat.
That was a foul.
Yeah, Baby Durant, what you're talking about, especially with girls, they like to do the stomp into their shot. A lot of girls do. So I'm not really big on heels up or whatever. I know some people, I'm not big on it. For me, it's just more about like if your body is like, if you're getting enough lift and you're not turning and twisting sideways, same.
5 points will do it for Team DMV. They're looking for the mid-post action right here. Takes it out to the three-pointer. Just like we start off the game, getting fouled on the shot.
Bruce at the line.
Oh, in and out. Whoa.
Turnover.
Whoa. He's going.
Pull up Trey.
Ooh. I think Judah here to stay.
Working out right now against Uncle School. Right wing. Pull back.
Good defense.
He stayed with him.
Trey ball. No good.
Oh, you got to be careful right here.
Zay for Trey. Out of bounds.
School keeping Zay motivated.
Yeah, Scoob's done that twice now. Bruce missed a free throw, and Scoob's like, good shot. And then just now, Zay shot it. He was like, I like it. And then he missed. He's like, good shot.
We'll shoot it every.
Street stars, man. Good teammates.
You're thinking about something here. Ooh.
Oh, man. I really do think Sims got him here. On the move. Like, now is your time to bump Zay. Like, one step, you bump him as he's reaching. Then you got your little floater. You've got a step back. You've got a lot of options. But he wants to post up. He wants to, like, slow down to 2 feet and then, like, actually post up. That's, like, such a bad habit. I think it's good as a counter. It's good as a mix-up. But for it to be his main thing he wants to do, if you're not going to be taller or the bigger player, it's not a real good advantage.
Get stuck down low. Zay 1 of the 3 seconds. Judah doing everything to keep his team into this game right now. It's only a 2-point game right now, Dev.
Toronto has made it a game every game.
Fight back.
So I'm gonna go down and say it's gonna come down to the last shot. Take a wild guess here.
Trey ball, Judah, left it short. Zay with the board, over to the clear for Bruce. Bruce against JJ, left wing, jab, bump.
Oh, he got a
Gets
open
underneath the
layup.
basket.
Oh.
Foul on the play. Bruce in this game, setting the tone. He's going to the line
Shot
right
clock.
now after
I
the
agree.
foul on JJ.
I agree. I think 20 seconds would be perfect.
Bottom of the net.
Makes it count. 3-point ball game right now. DMV up.
Man, he's wild. Oh, JJ got lucky.
Uncle School, that's the money corner.
The corner special.
He didn't need a lot. I don't know why Sim helped. Again, helping from ball side corner is typically one of those rules that like you should just remember for the rest of your life. Almost every team you go to, that's probably going to be your rule. Judah's fine. Like, he's fine. But remember what we talked about the other day when I was saying Fomby, for example, when he has a clean path to make a pass, he's an elite passer. Like, if it's with his right hand and there's no hand in the passing lane, he hits you on time, on target, like really good. But Zay is just an elite passer regardless. Look at this drive. This is something a lot of players can't do. Zay's right-handed, obviously. Drives left. And look how quickly he gets this ball there on time. With his left hand, he doesn't have to grab it with two hands and then regather and then switch to his right hand to a hook pass. Just straight into the pass on time, on target, to where that little bit of space he created with the closeout allows Scoob to just get into a shot. And this is why we talked about this the other day. Should you practice no dip threes? No. Why? You should, if you're not in the NBA, you should have plenty of time to dip and get into your shot. You got plenty of time. Scoob had plenty of time here. It seems like you would need to shoot a no dip three here, because look how close he is to closing out. But really, if you catch it and you just get into your move straight away, like, he's still got a wide open three and just got to shoot that like normal rhythm three. Don't practice no dip threes, fellas.
That's the money corner.
The corner specialist. 49-43.
Huge shot by Uncle Scoob right there. Good to see him see one go through.
Well, it's been some good basketball, man.
Oh, pull back. Working out, half spin. Getting down here.
Hey, okay, there's a lot to talk about here. So again, elite, this to me is just basketball. And I always say that at a really high level, this is what basketball looks like. This is just what, so full speed left. So Judah stays with him for one move. This cross right here, this is going to happen. When you're playing against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, this separation will happen. When you're playing against LP, the separation will happen. When you're playing against any elite scorer, the separation will happen. It's what do you do? This is where the game starts. What do you do once this happens? So Zay, not being an elite shooter, not being perfectly on balance, couldn't really take advantage. So it gave Judah a chance to get back up and close that gap, right? So that's obviously something Zay needs to work on at the next level. But for this level, it's usually good enough. But then stays with him into that second layer. Now, Zay's legs are tired. Judah's legs are tired. Zay is also thinking about the amount of times he's been blocked. And he goes up, what should be game winner, misses, because, you know, just thinking in the back of your head. So to me, that's just elite basketball, offense, defense. Obviously, we'd like to see Zay make that, but damn, that level of offense and defense is like elite.
Can't get the layup to go. Bruce with the offensive board over to Uncle Scoob. Uncle Scoob, floater. Going to the line for the potential game winner.
You don't like clips? Hey, sir.
Uncle Scoob to the line.
That's who we.
Game on the line.
For those of you in chat that didn't know, that's who we. This is who we interviewed yesterday. Map right here. That's who we interviewed yesterday. You might not notice him without the sunglasses inside. Actually, being inside here and wearing sunglasses would make sense.
Uncle Scoob to the line. Game on the line. Game time.
Good win for Team DMV.
The dub against Team Scoob.
I can probably
9 for 16. Damn, good game. Bruce only scored 2 points after halftime. He just had those open threes he was missing.
What was the strategy, Bruce, early on?
We talked about
Judah, 20 points. JJ wasn't bad. JJ made one less shot than Judah. But yeah, defensively he was getting cooked, but he wasn't that bad. I think this game really came down to Simba. I hate to say it. Them not having SK really hurt them. Simba needed to be a bit more of a threat. Like, they needed an outside threat. Judah was having to do way too much. Dev be yelling before things even happen.
We talked about it. I just said start the game off playing to me on the block. You know, people do that to us when they feel they got a height advantage. They go to the block, they post up. I feel like this game we had the height advantage, strength advantage. So I started the game off setting the tone in a positive manner. Ball on the block, back down, hook shot, drawing fouls, you know. So it worked out, you know what I'm saying? Me getting going early allowed them to get a good rhythm into the game without having to take a lot of tough shots, start the game off.
Obviously, you're growing on the scene, you're getting to the basket, you're finding your shots that are easy, but do you feel that shot is starting to turn the corner a little bit?
Yeah, bro, a lot of confidence. I feel like it always was clicking, but just more reps in the gym with Coach B build my confidence even more, so I'm letting it fly. Anybody step back.
Oh, you passed
That's how you got to be.
I heard
I don't got nothing.
it was quote unquote, I feel like Ray Allen. I heard you say yesterday, talk about just being patient and just finding your times to knock down shots and really stretch the game out.
Man, I feel like the game was self-explanatory. Played through Bruce. He got us going. Once they tried to figure out a way to stop him, Zay got us going. And shit, I'm more than happy to sit there and just shoot. You know what I'm saying? Like why not? Who wouldn't want to do that? So I just try to knock down the shots that I do get. I ain't trying to create too much. Usually it's me and Zay creating and doing shit, and you know what I'm saying? Today, all three of us can't do it all the time, you know what I'm saying? So that's the benefit of threes. So I mean, we all just play our part. Like I feel like I just played my part today and we won. Shit.
Can we bring Judah back?
Judah? Yeah, I fuck with Judah. I like Judah. I like Judah and SK. And yeah, I like Judah and SK for sure.
I like SK for
but I like all of them, to be honest. They all fight back.
I'm going hooping, the lefty, the little one. Sim, yeah, man, he can hoop.
Yeah. I want to see Sim versus Left Hand Down.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Shout out to all these guys, man, giving it their best. And they're up 3-0 along with Team Florida. So only one way to find out what's going to happen on the next video.
Hey, that's a good one. That's a good Left Hand Dom versus Sim. That's a good game. But yeah, let me know what you guys thought down below on this one. Judah, we got to see him in some ones. We got to see it. We got to see it. Top 10 potential. What'd you guys think of that game? You know your fellow Unc when he says Ray Allen? Yeah, instead of saying like LaMelo Ball. Who's dang, forgot his name. Damn, I'm getting tagged in a ton of. Did I miss an announcement or something on Instagram? I'm getting tagged in like a ton of things. I'll have to check it later. They didn't give JJ any love. They're haters. That's why. They're haters. Judah versus Zay after he got a couple ones. Yeah, I agree. DMV just looks more tight-knit than any other team. Yeah, and it's no accident. You know, it's a bit intentional. They train together all the time. They communicate really well. They're around each other all the time. Yeah, it's not fake, you know. Not fake. So, okay, real quick. Do you guys want to watch the other Ball is Life game? I think it's Philly. I remember. It's Scar, right? Did y'all want to watch the other Ball is Life game, or do you want to watch that TNC game? I don't know what the TNC game is. I just saw C4 and Cam on it. Oh, yeah, this is Scar versus New Jersey. TNC tag team, is that what it is? Okay. The interview? Oh, the Scotty interview? We'll do that after. That'll be the last thing we do today. I want to break down one more game, and then we'll watch the interview. The TNC game is, I had it in my notes. You're a loser. Cam So Smooth versus C4 just sparked a rivalry off this matchup. Is that, you guys want to watch that? Do both? We might get to both. The only problem is, real quick, my camera's overheating. So before this video ends, it's probably going to burn up. So I'm going to, what am I going to do here? Plug it in. I'll plug it in. I'll turn it off. Maybe I give it like 5 minutes. Can you guys give my camera like 5 minutes? Hopefully it cools down a little bit, and then we will. I need to get a fan for this room. I think it gets really hot back here where the lights and the camera are. So I'm going to get a fan so it doesn't happen anymore. And it's also hot outside, so even just opening the window isn't helping. Oh, I might charge it. I might turn the air conditioner on. I might have to do that. We don't want to look at you anyway. Turn the fan on. Yeah, I'm gonna turn the air conditioner on. So let me do this. This is gonna be like, give me like 5 minutes. Give me like 5 minutes. Do you guys want to watch highlights or my commercials? Oh, and all this pollen is getting in here. Anyway, yeah, I'll shut the windows and turn the air conditioner on. You can watch some highlights. You can watch some highlights. That's what you guys can do. All right. Hopefully we're good. Hopefully we're good now. Chat. Hopefully we're good. This is AI. Okay. I know a lot of people mistake me for Allen Iverson, but it actually wasn't. It was me. It was me. That looked like Allen Iverson out there. That was me. 100. Facts. No cap. What's up, gang? Hope you're doing well. This video, TNC, new drop 1 day ago. You're a loser. Cam So Smooth and C4 just sparked a rivalry off this matchup. Go like, go subscribe. Last season ever, because now we get the summit. I'm kidding. I think there's still going to be seasons. Maybe. I don't know.
Do you want this? Do you really want this though?
Yeah, you really want this? Do we really want this?
Over here, we got C4 and BIL going up against Cam and Keon. I've been calling you guys the Sour Patch Kids. You sour, he's sweet. Pause. What, I mean, over here, I was gonna say you seem a little nervous before the game.
All right, TNC. All right, TNC. One thing. I'm gonna give y'all some grace. I'm going to give y'all some grace because y'all just announced the summit. So you're lucky. You're lucky. You're lucky.
I ain't never been nervous, and I beat both of them.
Keon,
I beat both of them.
Oh, you played C4 too?
You heard that?
He know what it was.
What was it?
Offensive foul, my way. Should have ended the game.
C4, he said he's not worried because he already beat both of you guys. When did you guys play?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Who said that?
Cam said.
You know he be lying.
He know he got the whistle that game.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
He ain't earned it.
All right. Hey, all right, so first matchup of the game, who's starting out?
Shit, I don't see.
Y'all gonna see.
Bling block.
Bug and C4 starting out for us.
Switch the crowd.
Switch the crowd. Let's go. Come on. All right, this little intro, this must have been at the end of it. Everybody exhausted just saying anything, huh? Boog, C4, Cam, and Keon. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? They had to cool me down a little bit. We good though. Type shit.
All right. Hey, subscribe to TNC. Leave a like on the video. We're coming down to the end of the season. Record is currently 10-8. Team Rob, white team is currently up. Let's rock out. Go to tncleague.com, cop a subscription. We got a ton of early access games. Appreciate everybody who supported and got that subscription because we got a lot of fire stuff planned, and you're going to hear about it pretty soon if you haven't heard about it yet. So go to shopthenextchapter.com, cop all the new merchandise. Let's go.
Type shit.
Welcome back to an episode of The Next Chapter, Chapter 2, Season 4. We have a tag team one-on-one of Cam, So Smooth, and Bug. Oh, my Lord. And their partners.
Yeah, we need a custom switch the crowd emote. 100%. I can't be an actual gun, but we got to somehow. Maybe it's the finger guns.
It's the third time this season.
You're right. Someone make me a switch the crowd emote.
To the Bahaski. Oh!
This is what I would assume would really bother Boog is just Cam getting downhill. We talked about this when they played, but. Type shit.
I haven't had many predators. I thought we had more than that what we've had.
A lot yesterday.
I'm not gonna lie, Cam looked taller than last time him and Boog played, which was like a few hours ago.
And he's gonna pull from 3. And he's gonna ooh.
Keon checks in.
Oh yeah, keep guard. Oh, it won! That hurt. Right in the nose.
I was about to say good defense too.
Bug to the line. Get some make.
I guess his foot was on the line, B.
Oh wow. Yeah. So it was a 2.
What? I don't know about that one.
Here we go, Bug. Up 2. Got fouled 2 times in a row. Moving, grooving, snatching, crossing. Good defense from Keon.
Yeah, Boog didn't play no defense like Keon did.
Oh, Predator missile online. We have been blessed.
So again, I know we talked about this with C4. It's an interesting thing. I used to be the same, but he takes off like he wants to finish with his right hand every time, and then he has to switch to the left. So we've seen him make a lot of these where he switches to the left, but I actually think if he powers through, he would get like a pretty easy left hand layup, and I wanted to make it as difficult. But I think there's some things he can change with the way he attacks to going to his left. But again, it might be specific to when he plays one-on-one. I haven't watched him play 5s.
Definitely. I love that right there. Quick pound, eyes at the rim, blow by hard. Got fouled. Keon, the young prodigy, going to the line. Crazy. Tap dancing.
Keon got to get going, man. Yeah, some bad misses. Man, they call it so much tighter on TNC with that whistle. So I wonder, I hadn't thought about this yet. I wonder what the summit will be like for guys like Bijan. Because Bijan, he wants to shoot the ball. So if they're calling those little quick pull-ups, I guess we can see.
Always about 6 months apart. Because think about
members get $10 off. Wait, so is this $20? Is this $20? This card?
01, 02, 03, they're always about 6 months apart because it takes a long time for us to develop these massive 5-game cards, 6-game cards, and give you guys major matchups. Now with the Summit, our focus is going to be delivering you more frequent, more matchups for a much better value. And as a TNC League subscriber, you're getting Summits for 50% off. If you don't want to subscribe and you do not want to support TNC in that way, you can still support by grabbing a single ticket. But if you're not a subscriber, you're going to spend $20 on this event.
So it's just $20. It'll be $20 either way, right?
If you are a subscriber, you are going to spend $10. You're going to get some behind the scenes, extra things like sparring sessions. You're getting early access to videos that come out on.
All right.
And with the free.
We're going to watch the speech later, or the interview later.
Here we go. C4. Imploding.
Kept his balance.
Good D there from Cam. Great defense from Cam. Why is another matchup I want to see? Two explosive guys. Anytime two explosive hoopers.
Every time Cam goes in, Boog.
Does anyone know when C4 comes back?
Boog is not gonna. I feel like he's gonna harass Cam till he gets him.
Anytime he's gonna let him go hard right.
Facts.
Easier said than done, though.
Definitely.
Towards the end of next month? Okay.
It's tough to shoot that deep three off the escape dribble the way he runs away. It's tough. That's why a lot of his are short. You know what I mean? Or a lot of his misses, I should say, are short.
All right, Boog, come on. Give me a reason to get hype. Give me a reason to get hype real quick.
Hard right, Boog, bumping, land.
He listened, and he delivered.
Hard right.
The up and under.
Boog, bumping, land.
Bro, he's so fun to watch, man.
Throw out. Loves the throw out.
That was very Kelsey Plum-like. I don't know if you guys watch Kelsey Plum.
I feel like these two are going to end up being rivals the amount that they're playing each other. It's like in your conference, like you guys you become rivals with those teams because you see them a lot. These guys have been playing each other all season.
Uh-oh, half-court Kemsky in the building. Here we go. Push cross, downhill, hard right, going. And
Hey. I think he just needs to do that every play when he's playing Boog.
Give it to Cam.
Me too.
Yeah.
Like I feel wind when he goes. Like good bucket there. Free throw make, 9-6 ball game, tag team 1-on-1.
Does this matchup interest you?
Well, for sure.
Yeah. Me too.
Oh, come on. What are we doing? These referees have never seen a block in their life. It's always a goaltend if it's Malik, and now it's a foul if it's Keon.
Center. I honestly couldn't tell. But from the reactions, I guess. What do you think?
I think he got that one.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think he got that one. Especially if he hit hand. If he hit hand, he got that one.
I'm not sure where C4 is at. I'm pretty sure it's in Europe. I'm pretty sure he's in Europe. Just not sure where. Somebody in the chat will know. Ooh. That was nasty. That was nasty. I just saw Cam get kicked in the face. Yeah, Lee. Good job. C4 got an and one. He scored on Keon and he kicked Cam in the face. That was pretty smart. That was a pretty smart play. That was pretty smart. You score on one guy and you kick the other one in the face. That's that's a veteran move. It's pretty tactical.
Oh, make sure everybody's good.
Check on your
You got hit in the face.
Offensive foul on 3-4.
Dominican Republic? Oh, okay. Yeah, defense and offense. That was good. Yes. Hey, I like this. Kick him back, Cam. Kick him back.
In the face. Let's see if we can get a stop.
Oh, well, Cam So Smooth is officially awoken. He better not score here. He better not score here.
He's like, man, I should have made it. It's just my eye is watering. I can't see. Still can't see. So we haven't seen C4 like burst to the basket yet out of triple threat. I think that's something he needs to add to his game.
Phenomenal matchup. I want to see this.
And I also think C4 can crowd space a little bit better on the triple threat. I think overall, offensively and defensively in the triple threat, C4 could do a little bit more. Bars.
See right now, let's go. You asked me earlier. I want you to know. I want you to go.
I want Boog Cam rematch. I want Rob Fomby. I want C4 Keon. And
good defense.
Predator.
And again, Cam just got to. He just refuses to like go to what's working, but.
Oh my Lord!
That's tough. Anyone know what they're playing to? Is it 40?
Half court C4 ski ready to explode.
There we go. More of this. Way more of this. Just go. I don't think there's a lot of people that can stay with him speed-wise. And then once you get down here, bumping him off, I think he's going to get like this shot. I think he'd get that shot all day.
Today's video is sponsored by PrizePicks, and
Scotty jump scaring me every time. I was just getting into it. I was analyzing. Just focused.
Keon in the building. I like this matchup too. I really do. I love all these matchups. Oh, anchor step lost a little bit.
That's on the ground, first of all, and he lost the ball.
I'm not going to lie. I don't like being critical of referees, okay? Because I know that it is a tough job, especially in one-on-one. It's probably harder to referee one-on-one than fives. But, man, they've been struggling this series. I'll just say that.
Oh, that's you.
Like,
That's third. Come on.
Keon makes her 3 ball, 16-12. Uh-oh, Keon anchor step swing. 12.
good move here. Full speed left. Anchor step to the right. Full speed right now.
Keon anchor step.
He just was off balance.
Swing.
Like even that, like what's Boog supposed to do here? Like I know he's got his arm, but like Keon can play through that and just go shoot the highest percentage shot in basketball. Keon said he was out of shape. I can see it, but I mean, like, I don't know if that works anymore. Like, because these guys are pretty much doing this full time, right? Like, it's that being out of shape. We've heard this with Lamar, right? Oh, I was out of shape. Oh, I was just out of shape. It's like, okay, but at some point that just becomes who you are. So let's not use that excuse. Especially he's going to college, right? Like, he'd probably be leaving like a month and a half. Probably July, early July. Fuck.
C4 pump fake, strong drive.
Yeah, I do think so. C4's just got a bad habit here, and I understand it. C4, it's just a 5-on-5 habit. He's used to picking up the ball because by the time you take this second dribble, there's help side, right? So you got to kind of pick up the ball and do something with it. The last play where he drove and he just snatched behind the back and then he regathered and was like, okay, I'm going to drive again. Like right here, you don't have to pick it up. You can just change your angle and like drive again. I think that's one habit he keeps doing. He picks it up early and he just has to jump one step before he's like actually getting to the basket. I know he makes those a lot, but I think he could just get all the way to the backboard on Cam and Keon pretty much every play.
Take that step on that. Yeah, he should 1-2 it if he's going to do it. That's a very tough.
It's like he keeps picking up the ball because of his 5-on-5 habits. Once you get downhill like that, they're collapsing. You got to pick it up. That's a good shot in 5-on-5, what he just took. But in ones, it's like you might as well get to the backboard. Ooh. Oh, I guess he did just get off the plane from overseas. This would have been 2 days ago because he would have played in Champions right before it, and he landed that day. So he got off the plane like the day before. You don't have to worry about help side. You're pulling up. There we go. Yeah, you were fine. That's just a left-hand finish there. I know I'm super critical of C4, but it's only because like, oh, they called foul? I don't think that was a foul. Oh, it wasn't. Yeah, okay. I'm super critical of C4 because I actually do believe, I feel like the same thing is happening to him right now that happened to Rob. Is like, we know Rob is like elite, one of the best players, but when you're not playing against those top guys, you like develop some bad habits. I feel like that's what's happening to C4. And it's not bad habits because he does full-time, he's overseas. So this is more part-time for him. But if he does finally get an opportunity against a top player, it's like these are some of those habits that you can't have. So the Summit thing is so good because they need more of these types of matchups so they can keep ironing out the habits, you know.
I want that shit too. I ain't got it.
Look, Cam. Nice. They both did the same thing. Again, it's like drive, full speed left, and we always talk about it. So 0.5 seconds of freedom, but instead they just keep picking up the ball. So I think keep your dribble alive. This is a habit that Zay, if you have a bad habit of picking the ball up when you feel contact, go watch Zay. He keeps his dribble alive and gets like one more step to the basket. Or you can just 0.5 seconds of freedom, push off, you can shoot it, you can redrive. Where's Keon going to school? I think Grand Canyon. Ooh.
Oh! That's so hard to guard right out of the hezzy. That one dribble after the hezzy. Wow.
He did hit the ball, but you got to keep playing. But Cam playing downhill. Oh, Cam playing downhill is like pretty good. Pretty good.
Hezzy burger from Cam in the previous possession. Hezzy burger from Cam in this possession.
Yeah, I wish Cam would be relentless and be like, this is who I am, and you're going to have to deal with this every time you play me. I wish he would do that.
Hamburger sliders.
Similar to Day-Day, to be honest. He shoots better than Day-Day, but both of them need to just be like, this is who I am. You're going to have to, when you play me, you have to deal with this for 30 points.
Take that anger out of him.
Oh. That's a quiet step back. Oh, so it's no halftime. Oh my gosh.
Oh, here we go.
That's why you got him beating Reese, his downhill. Maybe, but Reese is tough too. I don't know. It's going to be such a good game. There we go. There we go. That's a perfect example right here. That contact happened for Keon, full speed left. But instead of picking it up right here, this is what C4 and Cam keep doing. They keep picking it up right here. No, keep playing. Yeah, one more dribble. One more dribble. Just get a little bit closer. Much easier shot. I know he misses, but... Yeah, I didn't know Cam and Day-Day trained together. Oh, I guess that makes sense. We watched that 2v2 and tag team they did.
Come on, bro. Oh. Fuck that. Hey. Come on,
Top of the key, Keon. Floating. Countering, downhill. Inside hand, just methodical, paced out. Tap dancing out there, Millie.
Nice. He just eats so much space up on his drives.
I'm locked in now. I'm locked in. Boog and C4 woke me up.
Left hand, yes sir, beautiful. That's what I'm saying. When Cam goes hard left, I feel like he could finish here. He's jumping over guys. Go ahead.
I like that Boog possession because sometimes he wastes 2 to 3 dribbles in place, but he's so athletic. That time he got side to side and covered more ground, and then went straight line.
He was 100% switching the crowd after that. Surprised they didn't call it goaltend. Reese only like 3 and 2. Yeah.
Boog's answered a lot of questions over the last few days, whether he can guard some of these big guards.
Facts, Millie. No way. Oh my God, he's so splat.
Normal Boog shot. It doesn't get escape dribble, fade away. Escape dribble, run away, fade away.
I want to see him switch the crowd so bad. Damn. Ooh. A lot of space on that. Who has he beat? I don't even remember at this point.
3 ball, Cam. Ooh, it's right there. And it's good looks. Predator. Missile online, AC-130, your chopper gunner. Income. God. Damn.
Doing too much. I really think he had him. Like, I don't know why Cam felt like he needed to stop. I think this is like a good angle. Keep going. Just keep going. Play that out. You're still trying to race to get inside the block. You got to the elbow. But if you're going to do this, that's fine. I guess. I don't know. I just think there was more space there he could have ate up. And that's why I just feel like he second guesses himself a lot.
Oh, my God.
When he just decides to just go is when he's at his best, I think. I really wish he would just do that 90% of the time. Then when you get them moving, like running with you, then you can set them up with some other stuff.
Ain't no wrong with your sad ass. Get up.
Man, Book's shot is just such an interesting shot. But hard, it looks really hard to guard.
Keon checks in for some offense. Cross, hip swivel. Just hasn't been able to find his rhythm in these tag teams.
That is true. Keon really likes to go on these runs. So now that he's subbing in and out, it's probably weird for him. But he's traveling. What is he doing? Look at where he caught the ball. Look where his left foot is. Watch it. Watch this anchor point pivot here with his foot. Watch. So he moves it. Moves it. Moves it. Moves it. Does he do it again? Does it again. Does it again. Why he traveling, ref? Ref, how did he get to the basket? He hasn't dribbled. How did he create all this space? He ain't dribbled yet. Does he do it again? Nah, he playing now. Well, I'm sorry. I know I should be watching. All right, here we go. He's actually playing now. Damn, that was crazy. There we go. There we go. That's the C4 we know. Triple threat. Just go. I just don't think there's a lot of players that can stay with him.
There's a few matchups, in my opinion, in the TNC faction
I think Cam's fall off is just not playing a lot of games. I think it's just that the TNC formula. We're seeing it with Summit now. It's changed, but I think they just weren't doing a great job those last couple months, giving their guys opportunities to like stay in the top 8 conversations.
Joseph, I know that you haven't seen that one-on-one. They won't. But Kel and Joseph, to me, since they're already scheduled, is inevitable.
Definitely.
Reese, Mo.
Yes, Reese, Mo.
Yeah, like.
Reese, Kel. There's a lot. There's
Bugs,
a ton
Zoe,
of
part
matchups.
2.
Yeah.
You want to go finish the game? Oh, okay. Say no more. Go finish the game.
Oh, you predator that layup like that? That shit was crazy. Look historical. I've never seen a predator layup like that in my life.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't play Call of Duty. think this is a good move though. Again, full speed right. Get to your spot. Cam just got a hand on it.
Fuck out of here. That shit box.
Yeah.
What you say? C4 came from me.
I love it.
Did he whisper it? Did he whisper?
Clamp, take us home, boys. C4, take us home. Take us home.
You want to shoot that, don't you? Oh, go.
That's a shooting hand pickup, tough as in basketball.
Agree to disagree. I think C4 likes going that way for his pickup.
Three ball, Millie. Oh, he goes to the rim.
So tough. 13-point lead. He might close this out.
You hate the way C4 plays? That's fine.
Spin move.
Good defense there.
Keon can't believe it.
Bro, they hate Keon. This is good defense. He hit his arm. Got a block up top. But, I mean, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Do we know who's refereeing Summit? Did Scotty talk about that?
You better say something. No, you're saying something.
Keon can't believe it.
No, you need to say something.
I made an observation on Keon. Based upon Keon, who knows?
Meech and Lay.
I earned the whistle. C4 going to the line with a chance to make just one possession.
I do think he could simplify his game a little bit more, but it's almost like I don't know if he realizes how athletic and explosive he is.
A bunter.
He kind of plays at a pace that allows people to stay with him. Well, I think he could just force them. I'm telling you, I think he likes that pickup going to the right more.
Sidestep to B. Great call, man.
Oh, man, 40-23 victory for Boog and C4. But let me tell you something, man. There are some matchups within just that tag team one-on-one that we'd like to see as a TNC faction.
Boog, yeah, it struggled. 5 for 20. I think being the smallest player on the court makes that pretty difficult. Cam, 7 for 22. I thought he was shooting a bit better. Keon, 2 for 12. But yeah, C4 played a good game. Honestly, C4 is the only one that had a good game. Boog, 0 for 11 from 3. C4, 9 for 21. 4 for 8 from 3. Honestly, I was way more critical of him, too, than anybody. And he had the best game. Yeah, that was interesting.
Billy, any thoughts?
Not at all.
Yeah, let me know what you guys thought of that game down below. I thought it was pretty good. And again, yeah, definitely would want to see C4 Cam, C4 Keon, Boog Cam rematch, Boog Keon. Like, screw it. Set it up. Summit. Check up. You feel like if he played an athlete of his own caliber, he'd struggle? Maybe. And that's why I think he should just he could make his game more efficient. That way, like, it'll work against good athletes or bad athletes. But a lot of times he's going to be the best athlete too. He is freakishly explosive. So did we want to watch the Scotty interview? I don't know if you guys can notice my camera is kind of yellow because it's overheating. The color is off a little bit, but do you guys want to watch the Scotty B. Ellis interview? I feel like I'm going to either watch that on my own or we might as well watch it together. Scotty exposes the reason for the summit. Scotty interview, yes. All right, cool. Golly. Noise every time. Every damn time. Blew my speakers out. All right. Yeah, we'll watch this. It's an hour long. Will you guys hate me if I play it on 1.5 speed? Like, is that gonna ruin it? It's an hour long, and I'm gonna be stopping and probably talking about some points too. But I do want to watch the whole thing. I think I'm gonna watch it maybe sped up. 1.5. Do it? Okay. Yeah, because it's an hour long. So as long as we can get through all of it and I can give my points. And also, just a heads up, if my camera goes out for any reason, because like I said, it's overheating. I did turn the air conditioner on, so hopefully it battles it enough. But if my camera goes off for whatever reason, I'll keep it going and I can still give my points and whatever. And then I'll just turn it back on once it's cooled down a little bit. Yeah, we'll watch this. What's up, gang? Hope you're doing well. Turn your speakers down because we're going to watch Scotty exposes the reason for the summit and addresses all TNC backlash. Must watch interview. This is a B. Ellis video, so please, please, please go like, go subscribe, but turn your speakers down for the intro.
Going on, B.
Oh, he didn't do the yelling at the beginning either. All right. So like I said, we're going to watch this on 1.5 speed just so we can get to all of it because it's an hour long, but I want to get to every point and everything that they're talking about. So I'm going to check it out.
We are back with another. I feel like it's been a minute, bro. We chop it up every day, but I feel like it's been a minute since we've been on stream.
Probably, my background was making noise. Probably been like, to be honest, it's probably been since Champions, like 2.5 months ago. Like when
You came on stream for that?
I think we might have. I'm not sure, but it's been some time. It's been at least past 2 months.
Damn. Okay, say no more. How you feeling, though, broski? You just announced something a couple of days ago that you know what I'm saying. You pivoting a little bit. Let the people know. This is my first question for you. Let the people know exactly what the summit is.
Yeah. Well, the summit has been something that we've been working for a very long time at putting all of the resources inside of the frigate facility that we need in order to produce games at a faster rate, give the fans games that they want to see at a, like I said, a much faster rate. So we had to wait until we secured the gym. That opened up in January. Then we had to wait for fiber to get installed.
It feels like they've had the gym for so much longer than January, doesn't it? It feels like that was like a year ago when Frigga announced that. It was just like 4 months ago.
Oh, that was like, I didn't even know that, or none of us knew that when you get fiber, you have to like get permits for the city for them to approve you to have this capability of Wi-Fi. So the process was like beyond 3 months long in order to do this. So the idea of the summit at the time, which is like, that's a name that we recently came up with, but the idea of doing this has been like on our mind for a very long time, but we weren't able to execute it. So right when this situation came up with TNC04 not being able to have the main event that was initially scheduled, we were like, well, now's kind of the time. It makes a lot of sense for us to just go ahead and make this pivot happen. And yeah, that's pretty much all behind the summit.
What was it?
So one thing I've been thinking, I've had a lot of conversations. Obviously we did our breakdown of like the summit announcement and things like that. One thing that I started thinking about in those conversations, I was like, I was so confused trying to understand, like, what is it? Like, how does it work with season? How does it work with the, I started doing the whole like, bro, how does it work with like, oh, I just don't get how it, I was like overthinking. And then when I realized like the summit is essentially TNC League, right? I feel like it's just TNC League, but like repackaged. I think if it's explained that way, it kind of makes sense. Because I originally, when I heard TNC League get announced, I was like, oh, that's the place where like the better games are going to get announced. Like the better games will get announced. Not necessarily the top premier games. Those are still like pay-per-view. But I thought TNC League was that mid-tier. Like YouTube is going to get its seasons and whatever. TNC League is for like more basketball, more matchups, more games, and like more often. And now when I tried to think about, okay, how does the summit fit into all these different things? I'm like, actually, maybe it's just TNC League. Maybe it's just like the better version of like what TNC League was originally supposed to be. The better matchups more often, just like every few weeks or so. Kind of like, that's my thoughts. What do you guys think about that?
Thinking behind some of the matchups. Oh, all of the matchups.
So all of them that are on this card, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the card in terms of like what the summit is, this is like an ultra stacks card. Like the idea of the summit of being able to deliver like 1 or 2 really big games that everybody wants to see at that current time, and then you allow also the undercard to feature several games, maybe 2 to 4 additional games for players that might have never gotten a pay-per-view opportunity before, but you know it's going to be an amazing game. Like the goal that I think that makes cards really good is you just have to try to find that 50-50 game. And
Scotty, been watching our videos, huh? You've been watching my videos? Stealing my lingo? Huh? You've been watching stealing my lingo? Huh. Let's see what's going on here.
when we do our seasons, like
come on to you, buddy.
Like a Terry Hosley and Zoe was phenomenal. So good. And I think if you were to watch that as an undercard while you're watching a Moon versus a Keon or a Kale versus a Lat, or like you find those caliber games and you give other people opportunity as the undercards to make a name for themselves. Because what we've realized, these live events are extremely explosive for growing players. So like you can bring them on for a season and you can give them a matchup in the season and it can be a phenomenal game, but it just doesn't give that player the traction that these live events would. So this is kind of like a dual blended moment of you get the biggest game at the biggest time, or at least one of the biggest games at the biggest time, because we're not going to be able to land every single matchup, but then you get those like career jumping games that players emerge up through the scene.
What was the thinking?
Go unlike it again. I'm kidding. I'm not doing
that. Behind bringing Bijan aboard for his debut on TNC for the first ever summit?
Yeah, I think that having Bijan come play in the very first summit and kind of like opening that door of possibilities for guys to come play here. I just thought like it's a guy that has a lot of question marks around him right now of how good can he become. Like I've been seeing all the comments. His name gets thrown alongside a lot of really good players because he's been doing phenomenal this year. I think with Swift Street on their rankings and on Swift Hoops, like he's one of the early candidates for like an MVP year or
Rookie of the Year.
But it's like, here's a big stage moment for you to kind of show everybody that like you're.
And let's not forget, he played Fomby. He beat Fomby. You know, he's had some good games. He's already had some. He played Scoob. Scoob's his only loss. This is a big. He's been on those big. He's been on the big lights. Been in the big lights, just not on like a cute live event like this. So it's pretty dope.
They're gonna sink or swim on it, and I think Day-Day's in the same position right now.
Exactly.
Like. He's won his last 5 games, so he's 5-0 on the year. And I just think that this is like, you know, we always have Day-Day as like this gatekeeper guy where he
is. Hey guys, I'm telling you, this is not even. I was waiting to reveal this to you guys. You might not know it yet. Scotty's not actually in this video. It's just me. It's me disguised as Scotty. Okay. He's stealing all my talking points. Now you're calling Day-Day a gatekeeper? Okay, I see what's going on here. This guy might be tapped in. Okay.
He's always playing the absolute toughest people, and it really gets to show like where people are at. So I just always love putting Day-Day in those situations because he never ducks it. He's the easiest guy in the entire space that I would say of like, you tell him that, hey, I want to see you play this game, and he is going to play that game. So this is also like a reward for people being very easy to work with.
All right, so since we already talked about the matchups, talk to me about Keon Moon. What, like, you know what I'm saying? Because I know they had the little spar session before Champions. Just talk to me about the reason and the timing of this matchup.
Not gonna lie, that sparring session did look kind of insane. It looked kind of insane the way Keon was able to score the ball. And from what I was told, Keon was not really in the shape that he wanted to be in. And he's saying now that he's in much better shape as well because he's got school stuff coming up. And I remember a lot of people were commenting of like, is Keon getting a little chubby? Like there was like a photo.
He looked like he was though.
Yeah. So it's like,
didn't someone just say this in the video we just watched? Wouldn't when y'all calling him chubby Keon?
There was a photo that went around.
I was wondering what you were talking about.
A season where he's just standing with bad posture.
I didn't think he looked. Did he look out of shape to you guys? Maybe I just wasn't paying attention.
And when I'm looking back at it, I'm like, dang, he was low-key frying Moon that day. So I don't know if I had to like predict on something like this, I can really only go off of what I just saw. And it just looked like Keon might be able to take out Moon on this one. So the idea in this one for the summit, it's like the idea of the summit of you have a guy that's at the very peak of the mountain, right? And Moon currently is the guy that's at the very peak of the mountain of TNC. So it makes sense on the very first one to allow.
Let me listen to that again.
The idea of the summit of you have a guy that's at the very peak of the mountain, right? And Moon currently is the guy that's at the very peak of the mountain of TNC.
Huh.
So it makes sense on the very first one to.
I agree, by the way. I agree, by the way.
Allow the up-and-comer Keon 2-0 on TNC pay-per-views. I think he's 4-0, maybe 5-0 in one-on-ones just in general. Like, I think that he absolutely deserves a shot to take over the top of the mountain.
So the funny thing about this, him saying Keon close to the top 5, remember we had that conversation yesterday with Map, and we're saying Keon has the opportunity. Honestly, realistically, I really do think Scotty just stole my script for all my videos. I really do think Keon has the opportunity to be top 7. Yeah, with these games that he has lined up, like he really has the opportunity to be top 7. And then who else? It was Reese, Bijan, Scar. Scar was the other one that like people will possibly put him like top 10. I think again with his power rankings, he's had too many games to where the power rankings won't reflect it. But I think if Scar wins all these games he's supposed to win, like he could be in the top 10.
And if he does, then there's going to be a lot of like I had seen that people were saying like if Keon wins this game, he's definitely in the top 10. And I'm like, y'all are not giving him no credit though. Like top 10, like he's got to be closer to the top 5 if he wins this game. And we're gonna go 6-0.
Nas, Rob, Scoot, Moon, Ness. Yeah.
But he would have a Moon win.
Yeah.
He would have a Moon win. He would have a Reese win. He had a very dominant game against Burke and a very dominant game against Kel.
Yeah.
And then he would beat Dre. And then now if he goes and wins this game versus Moon, and then imagine he goes and wins this game versus Scar. Like,
yeah, there's been an announcement I've been waiting to tell you guys. I am Scotty. I am Scotty. It's my part-time job over here, full-time running TNC, part-time over here on YouTube.
Like, how hard is it? Like, as far as like activity and resume, like we preach it all the time. It's a freaking good resume. So to say that he's like maybe top 10 on something like that, I think it's just like super unfair.
That's fair. That's a fair take. I'd have to do some more deep diving for him to be top.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Take BList, take his word for it, because he's taking my word for it. And me and Matt talked about this yesterday. Just trust. Just trust. Scotty knows what he's talking about.
6 or 7, but he's easily top 10. He gets this win easily. Shoe in top 10. Shoe in top 10.
And Keon's also always gotten wins in a crazy fashion. Like, what would the score need to be for you to be like, yeah, he's top 5?
I don't think score would matter for me. I don't think it would matter how he won. It's more so that win his resume. He'd be undefeated and have some crazy wins.
30-17, 30-15.
I don't think
we know it's like it's very, very, very unlikely. But like we kind of said the same thing when we saw Keon going up against Kel and then Keon going up against Burke. Like Reese got off on a very early start with Keon, but it seemed like Keon flipped that switch on. And just seeing the sparring session with him and Moon, I'm not sure.
I'm not gonna hold you though. I'm not gonna hold you. Moon's a different animal when these lights are bright, Scotty. We all know that. I would say Keon is special when the lights are bright as well. But that's
a good point. We might be counting our eggs before they hatch. Huh?
At all. I think those two guys are going to have to guard each other. And I think the game comes down to the jab 3. Whoever's able to simplify that game the best and knock down the 3 ball is going to win this game because both of them can finish downhill. They're both sneaky athletic. But I want to actually just talk to me about Moon, bro. Like, here's my thing. What else Moon got to do to be like, he's top 3 to some people, he's top 5 to some people maybe outside the top 5. What does Moon have to do, right?
I feel like Moon is universally in top 5s. I think he's top 3 in quite a few. I think a lot of people have him top 3.
To get even more respect, to be top 2 in this shit.
But I think Moon's doing everything he's supposed to do. I think the only thing Moon can really do is like beat one of the guys that's ahead of him, beat Scoob, beat Moon, Rob, beat Zay, beat Nas. I think Moon's doing everything he's supposed to. And Scotty essentially just said he's the top of the top over on TNC. I don't think that's Scotty just saying like, oh, Rob's not, but it's like Rob's just not playing. Whereas Moon just plays everybody, and he's currently like, I think that's what he was kind of saying.
I think it's not even like what does Moon have to do? I think it's like we created this like insane idea that like you ever look at like Moon and it almost feels like he's invincible when he loses. Like he loses and no one cares, right? Like
man, I'm telling y'all, Scotty okay, he's tapped in. Scotty be watching the video.
He might have a game, he goes and plays somebody and they're like, you know what, Moon's outside so much that like it's all good. He's gonna win 10 games, he's gonna lose 1. But you respect it so much. I think that a lot of people have gotten to where they've gotten, and they've been really, really reserved about the volume of games that they've played. And
this is what we talked about with Swift Hoops the other day, right? Where we said that top 5 is untouchable now. And there's nothing that people outside the top 5 can do. Not because like they're not talented enough. It's just like they're not playing enough games, whereas these guys over here are having to play a ton of games to try and catch up. So
as platforms also take a lot of heat for games not happening. But in reality, conversations are always had about trying to make the game happen. We just can't come to, am I lighting?
Yeah, hold on, making sure you good.
It really is me. He's got my Wi-Fi and everything.
All right, you good, go ahead, you should be fine.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, there's a lot of heat that the fans put on the platforms for, not seeing guys outside or not seeing a bunch of games, but behind the scenes, like, everyone's trying to make certain games happen.
Just can you let the people know the game you're trying to make happen? If you want to.
Yeah, I mean, TNC 04's headline game was gonna be Moon versus Rob, right? And we
maybe
we were not able to make that game happen.
I thought it was supposed to be like DA versus Moon. And I thought they were trying to find a pro for Rob.
Because Rob is also injured at the moment. But it was,
I mean, I can only take him at what he's saying, right?
Definitely tough to still see, like, okay, Rob is injured to play. Rob is injured, but he is playing against Quinn Cook. Rob is injured, but he's also going to the Baltimore. He's going to Pep's pay-per-view. And granted, I know it's 3-on-3. I know what it comes with.
Yeah,
I totally get that. But on the flip side, everybody was saying, like, we're not trying to get Rob to play a
That's fair too.
point game on us. So it's like, no, we literally were trying to make the game happen, but we were told, and there's no way to talk about how injured somebody is. You can just go off their word and like Rob is saying.
I don't really like to. I do agree Rob is injured. So prove yourself that you're not Scotty. I can't do that. I do understand what he's saying, and this does make sense. But at the same time, I don't like when it gets put on the players. Like, we were going to have this, and the player just didn't want to. Or we were going to have this, and the player was injured. I'm just trying to think through before, because this is just my initial feel. And maybe that's why he said Moon is at the top. So maybe he is just, maybe this is the pivot that they're making rather than just allowing players not to play and hold their spot. Maybe now he is just like, you know what, we got to respect. Instead, we're going to embrace it the Moon way. Everyone plays, you play everyone, and then let the rankings kind of sort itself. That's what it kind of feels like. I could be wrong. I could be reading way too much into it.
He's injured. He wants to give Moon a better game. I totally respect that. So with something like the Summit, even though it's meant to kind of feed more of a micro pay-per-view consistency type thing, it's like, I kind of don't want to wait to make that game happen 6 months from now. Because if Rob is ready and the fans want to see it, just do it next month. Do it the month after that. Like, once you're ready, like, once Rob plays his next one-on-one, then I feel like wherever he plays it, whether he plays on OTD or Ball is Life or wherever it might be, but like once he plays his next one-on-one, I feel like that should show signs like, let's line the game up. Like, you're healthy.
I think two things can't be true. One, you definitely tried to line the game up because we was talking about it. Two, Rob is hurt because I've watched him. Well, first of all, he told me he was hurt before TNC Free Smoke.
Well, we also saw that he was hurt, right? Like we've been watching him, the way he's been moving in all of his last games, even the way he's been shooting and the way he's been landing. Like, he's clearly hurt. Now, I don't know if he's like can play, if it's hurt as in like I'm sore and just my body is banged up, or if he's hurt as in like there's a real lingering like nagging injury that he needs to get sorted. But if just in the games we've watched, he's definitely been hurt. But yeah, I don't know if there was more. I don't know. This is interesting.
During TNC Free Smoke,
it'll be interesting to see if Rob says anything or mentions anything.
The nigga is working in the mid post and he's not even grooving how he normally grooves. He's just making sure he's out there for his teammates. So I do want to give Rob some credit when it comes to that. But let's talk about a little bit about Boog and Zoe. That small guard rematch going down. I don't know, man. I just think Boog has a chip on the shoulder for this one.
I told y'all this is my favorite. I think this is my favorite one on the card.
I genuinely do. Being that he already lost to Zoe, it's just something about being down 1-0 to somebody that just psychologically you just going to do whatever it takes to win. What are your thoughts about that matchup?
I think that my two takes on this is Zoe is not getting like any credit from the fans, because I even saw the post and we were like, who is the number one small guard, right? And Boog beat Malik in our last season by like 7 or 8 points, I believe. 7 or 8 points. And then Boog plays Zoe and beats Zoe, and Zoe beats Boog by like 7 or 8 points, right? And I know matchups definitely matter. But even looking at like Zoe versus Zay, Zoe handled Zay very easily. And then Malik and Zay were going at it, bumping. It was kind of a little bit longer game. It was one of the best games of that season. Like, that was a clash. And I just feel like because Zoe's not loud, he doesn't really push the limits on the way he markets some of his stuff, that people are kind of sweeping him under the rug, which is another reason why.
I haven't seen that, but I'm not really tapped into how people, a lot of the fans are kind of weird with how they look at players. Does Zoe get a lot of hate in the discourse that y'all see? Does Zoe get a lot of hate? Because he may be right. Like I definitely see that Malik has a strong case for small guard because of going over and beating Dom, and then I always hear about Boog because his game is loud. But yeah, I haven't heard much about Zoe. Interesting.
From somebody who wants to make matchups happen, like the guys that are more accepted.
Oh, just not the recognition. Okay.
Fans get behind the fact of like, all right, that like he is maybe the number one small guard because he's done X, Y, and Z. And I'm not saying that to take away the title from Boog or Malik or whoever has it at this exact moment. But I think
Malik.
I will say though, this is why Summit. We talked about this with Map yesterday. This is why Summit's a good idea. Like, because everyone, I think all of them have an argument. And it's what we said. Like Zoe has an argument for best small guard. Boog has an argument. Malik has an argument. Hey, check up at the Summit. Sort it out yourselves.
I'm only saying that from the side of like, if it's like a question, and you can't speak it as like a certainty. Like I saw a bunch of people that said it's Boog, saw a bunch of people that said it's Malik, so I wasn't going to take the stance on it. But I think Zoe's incredibly slept on, and I think Boog is more popular. He's more booming, and his game is more explosive. I think that chip on his shoulder. I personally think Boog goes into this game.
What up, Dev? How you doing? Dev, are you back? Are you back from Europe? How you been?
And wins by like 4. I think it's going to be crazy close because I don't think either of them can really guard each other.
Yeah, I think. Go ahead, finish.
I was going to say Zoe had a disgusting season. Like Boog had a loud season, and he played very well as well. But like Zoe was consistently disgusting.
And one thing I will say about Zoe, I think just based off what I've seen, especially in that 2v2 he had with Rob. Are you frozen? You good? I feel like you're lagging a lot in this one. You good though? You good? You good. You good. I feel like with Zoe, man, in this season, I think he's proven to a lot of fans, especially in that 2v2 with Rob, because he got a chance to really show his skill set in an unlimited dribble setting, and a lot of the fans in that comment section gravitated towards him. Like they was even mad that they couldn't see his box score. I think he might have finished with like 35 or something the way he was hooping out there. So I just think the more you're out there, the more you're showcasing your skill set, the better it's gonna be for him. Because with Boog, he had a pat game. He had
he also scored like 50 something. Boog had that crazy tag team 50 something points, right?
Game did he play? Shit. The Terry game just now was live, and you already talked about how live performances do a lot better for players. He just had that live performance.
You saw some good basketball out there. So you had to leave before isn't the finals in the final, the grand final tomorrow or something, or today? But yeah, I love watching EuroLeague basketball. I'm so jealous. That you were out there getting to watch it live. I'm hating. I'm low-key hating, Dev.
So just based off that and coupling all those things, 2 live performances, and now you get a chance to get another one. That's why Boog is more explosive to me right now. But Zoe has the game. He has the game. And I think he has a personality, though, Scotty. I think he does. Because he's popping it. Him and Boog was down about a fight after that tag team 1-1.
Yeah, I think maybe it just comes down to the way he scores the ball. Then obviously, like, Boog is more – he's going to say things that are, like, clickbaity. Not clickbaity, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, he creates these, like, one-liners, and everybody starts saying them. And, like, I think it was, like, chapter 1, season 8 when everybody was doing the shadur, you know? And like Boog had the whole switch the crowd and blammed them and all that.
Yeah.
He made such an impact that he had an equal season. Zoe might have you can maybe make a case he had a better season all the way around. But yeah.
All right, man. You got Scar coming back and you got Inu coming back.
Yep.
Talk to him.
I think Scar's also got an insane schedule coming up because I don't know if you see him go 4-0 or you see him go 0-4. I don't know. It's a crazy schedule of games. But it's good to have Scar back because
this is interesting. Okay. I could be, I'm going to let him finish his thought, but there's an interesting dynamic I feel like is happening right now with Scott. I could be completely wrong. I'm going to let him finish his thought.
In the very beginning of when we were growing all of this stuff, I think there was a lot of distractions around him. And it was like he was a young kid at the time and was making some good money at the time, and all the fame and all of that is very hard to balance. And I think over this period of time and watching everything grow, Scar has grown.
Yeah, let's do that, Dev. I'm down. Let's do that. There's a lot of stuff needs to happen in the basketball scene. Let's get it done.
Within that. So seeing him get to where he's at now, he's been having crazy wins. He's been having explosive wins, like beating the shit out of people and playing on a level that's like, oh my God, Scar's the best player on the floor that day. So just kind of like his trajectory and his pattern right now makes a lot of sense to give him this moment and allow him to be a part of what the Summit is. Because I also look at it as like, if Scar goes out there and he beats Inu, he's the game right below the Cam and Reese game. He's got the Moon. He's below the Moon and Keon game. And granted, Scar and Reese are about to go play on Ball's Life. Scar and Keon are about to go play on OTD. But let's just say like those games didn't necessarily exist. With the concept of the Summit, Scar's victory against Inu would likely set up him bumping up and playing against a Cam or playing against a Reese or playing against a Keon or a Moon within the next, let's say 30 to 60 days. You're at least getting to see that game, or it's at least being offered. So I think Scar is a player that's climbing so much that being in the Summit is going to be a great spot for him to show everybody where he's at and where he can get to. It's also allowing him to like get bigger matchups faster, because I don't know what other matchups exist for him necessarily right now outside of the 4 that are lined up for him to play.
Let's just go.
So what I wanted to say, BL has been back in his bag with the interviews recently. I see that, and it's good content for us to steal. Does it feel like, I could be completely wrong, I could be misreading this, guys. Does it feel like Scotty has pivoted to where, because before he was not interested in what other platforms were doing with their games and matchups, whatever. But he, even just talking about Scar just now, he was talking about Keon just now. He was like, think about what that means, them playing these other games. He's playing these other games, and that's going to set up more games. I feel like he's actually like believes in the vision that we've been saying for, this isn't my vision, this is just what the space has been doing. It's just people just want to see the games. And although people might be the biggest TNC supporters, they might be the biggest OTD supporters or the biggest Ball is Life supporters, at the end of the day, the fans want to see the games. And so you can fight against it all you want, or eventually you just got to dive in and be like, you know what? Screw it. We're going to give them the games. And I feel like this actually feels like he's buying into that for the moment, for the time being.
I think Inu has a chance.
Yeah, Scar got like 40 something games. There go Coach stealing data again.
To make himself a staple within the scene. I mean, everybody saw what he did against Moon, and everybody loved it. If he wins this game, maybe he might get the winner or loser of a canvas race, depending on how the fans, have the reception toward his game. So I'm curious to see how he comes out and what adjustments he makes after the learning experience.
Yeah, I will say, I think that's what rubs people the wrong way, is just like his delivery. But that's also what rubs people the wrong way with Devo, is his delivery. So that's why people pick these platforms, right? I like Scotty's delivery, so I think he's right. I like Devo's delivery, so I think he's right. But sometimes we get like disregard the delivery. What is it? Just read the message. Don't worry about the delivery. Just read the message. And I think this sounds, again, on paper and in theory, we still haven't seen the summit yet. We still haven't seen how it does progress over the next few months. But this sounds like it is headed in the right direction. And this sounds like more players are going to be playing more games, not even just on TNC, but this is going to cause more matchups to just happen elsewhere too. Again, I'm theorizing, I'm guessing, but that sounds like this is what's happening.
Against Moon, but talk to me about Cam versus Reese, bro. This is an interesting bout to me because one, I wasn't expecting it when you first sent it to us, but when I looked at it, I was like, that shit sound real good. You know what I'm saying? Talk to me about it again.
Yeah, I will say this, full honesty. The Scar was supposed to play Reese. Well, when I say supposed to, I didn't know that it was in conversations to be done on the Balls Life series.
So this is the part that's going to be interesting to me. How do the platforms eventually finally realize, like, they all do have a similar goal right now? How do you not interfere with the other platform while still competing with them, still competing for the best matchups? I want the best matchups on my platform. How do you do that without sabotaging? That's the part I'm worried about, because I do think the summit idea and the pivot going this direction is the right thing to do. I think OTD doing their OTD elite and trying to get the best matchups, biggest matchups, is the right thing to do. I think Ball is Life doing their battlegrounds and go and trying to find the best players in all the states to use in their team settings and their one-on-ones. I think they're all doing the right thing. Now I'm wondering, because Ball is Life and OTD make sure they don't step on each other's toes with these. I'm wondering, does this dynamic eventually play into where all three, you don't have to work together, but how do you at least not get in each other's way? That's what I'm hoping for the fans. And I think it pushes the space quicker forward. If they're competing and trying to stab each other in the back, the space is going to still go forward. It's just going to be very slow. These are just my initial thoughts. Hearing all of this, and a lot of conversations over the last few days.
It's happening the next weekend. So that was the game that we were looking at that time. And Cam was supposed to play Keon, and Moon was supposed to play Rob. So when Rob was unable to play, there was an adjustment that needed to be made so that we can pivot. And considering like the pivot that we made, it kind of left a spot for Cam of like, who should he play? Who's somebody that the fans really do want to see, no matter who they play against. And Reese's name just like popped up, in our heads right away. Like, fans just want to see Reese play more basketball. So that's a game that's like, he does need to win this one, though. I'll definitely say that, because this is now his third pay-per-view game, considering he played in Vegas. I know it's not like TNC 03, TNC 02. It's not those caliber games, but you did play a pay-per-view game against Lat. It's not the grand scheme of, these bigger ones, but considering that he's gotten that game with Lat, he lost. He got the game with Keon, he lost. So now if he gets the game with Cam and he loses, like, that's it's an interesting aftermath of where it goes from there. He's going to have to go play that game with Scar and win that game for Scar.
He's going to have to win that game. He's going to have to.
I don't necessarily agree. Again, this is where I'm at. This is what I'm saying with, like, I think you got to fully buy in and be like, you know what, it's up to the players. You know, well, and I don't think they're saying he has to win or he's going to get fired. I think they just mean like it's such an important game for him. But I think that's what the summit's good for. I think the fans rock with Cam. I think there's going to be initial backlash if he loses, but I don't think people really care. I think as long as their favorite players are just playing more games and meaningful games, I think it'll be fine. As long as the game makes sense for both players.
Which I kind of like that there's a lot of activity happening in the space right now. We've just had to like figure out, instead of everybody trying to compete in the same exact direction, what are the resources and the tools that we have that we're prepared to add to the community? And that's just, the summit just makes so much sense right now because we've been building for a long time, and it's almost like the pivot was a blessing that we weren't able to make it happen, because now the next chapter of everything's going to begin.
I see what you did there.
How important is, well, it's my question to you, because this is kind of like for the fans. Explain to the fans the pay-per-view membership, 50% off, and if you're not a member, you have to pay that.
This is actually what I want to know. So now this is the part I was criticizing, and people were like, "You're just hating on the summit. You're hating on TNC." No, I'm confused as shit about this side of it. Okay.
Full price. Just explain to the fans real quick, because I've seen some comments about that. Just give your reason real quick so fans can know.
Yeah, it's a very, very loaded question as well, because there's a bunch of things that we can say about it. But the true thing that comes down to is, one, we give a lot of value for our subscribers, whether they want to say that they don't, or what. Obviously people want to get things for free. They want to get things included in all the perks that they have.
This is business speak. I mean, this is corporate speak. Value is in the eye of the beholder. If the fans think you're giving them a lot of value, then you're giving them a lot of value. If they don't think you are, then you're not. And again, this is where it's not me saying they're not giving a lot of value. It's not me saying there's not a lot that you get with your $10 or whatever it is. But I have seen, this is where I've seen a lot of people complain or ask questions about, because I felt this way. If I'm paying $10 for, because to me, Summit feels like TNC League. Again, I still got to see it. And then maybe in the future, I'll understand it. Maybe my brain is just too small to fathom what's happening. But if I'm paying $10 a month, the feeling is I get something for that $10 a month, right? So TNC League to me was like, I'll pay $10 a month to get some extra games and whatever. And now Summit is kind of, it's like, okay, Summit's here. I got to pay $20 for that. Or you can phrase it however you want. If I'm already a member, I just pay an extra $10. It's $20 to be able to watch that. But are you also getting TNC League games with that? And are there still season games going on YouTube? And then do I actually also need to pay for the next event that comes out? And then if there's a pay-per-view. So I think that's what fans are asking, is just straight up, what's the most I'm going to possibly pay in a month? And how much content am I getting for that? I think that's the question that people are having. I think that's the one that hasn't seemed to be answered very much or very well.
But like, we've shot 3 fully exclusive tournaments. That was a lot to take on in the midst of doing city events and seasons. We had to hire a completely we expanded our teams.
Oh,
why am I arguing with myself? Yeah, I'm playing devil's advocate to myself.
Lagging going crazy. I can't twin.
All right.
Yeah, now you good.
But basically I was saying that with our memberships, we created that as a system to be able to continue to operate the business, doing exclusive series and being able to do these occasional exclusive games, and to support us as well. Because YouTube, as a creator yourself, like, YouTube does not pay anywhere near the revenue that you need in order to run 40 team operations.
Again, the problem with this, the problem with this is he's not wrong. He's right in everything he says. I've heard these arguments a lot, not just from Scotty, but just the way a lot of people talk about business. And again, like, I majored in business. Like, I understand how business works, econ works, all that sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, like, customers don't care how hard it was for you to do something. They don't care how much work you put in. They just want to see the finished product, and then they'll decide if they want to pay for that product. So I do think, like, kind of getting away from this of telling everybody how hard it was, how much difficult it was, or whatever. Your true fans care. Like, obviously your true fans care, but most people out there don't really care. They're just like, just give me the games. I just want the games. So sort of like with the memberships, when people are asking how much does it cost, just say it costs this and you get this. I don't think once you start adding more words to it and then go overly explaining, I think that's where I start getting lost.
Traveling city.
And I'm like, maybe they're still figuring it out too.
The city and doing these seasons, like, You see us, we put $1,000 of prize money on every single game, and the YouTube video might make $1,000. So it's like, how do you afford anything else beyond that? So that's where the subscription base actually allows us to put a little more into YouTube, and then we take the remaining on that to still feed subscribers on the website. But when we're doing these massive pay-per-views, the true economics of how this all works, if we were to say every single subscriber gets a card this large, completely included in your subscription, I can promise you that we will take like a 40% revenue loss on the whole thing.
Because to me, I'd be like, well, why just make it more expensive? Hey, $20 a month, but you get everything.
We'll be out a couple tens of thousands of dollars just straight in the red. So temporarily throughout this moment, pay-per-view cards like this for the summit, you might have one that's an additional 10 that features cards like this where you're getting a Moon and a Keon and a Cam and a Reese, very, very good cards. And then you might have another summit coming up for a $5 card that features 2.
And again, all this criticism I'm giving, I realize I'm actually critiquing Scotty right now like I do the players. Because this is not a, you're doing this wrong, this sucks. This is more of a, I think the message could be delivered better to people. Again, they had to pivot. They had to throw a lot of this stuff together last second. So it makes sense that they're still figuring out the pricing. It makes sense that they're still figuring out how often they're going to do it or what the matchups are going to look like. To me, it just makes sense. Like it makes sense. But I think the delivery of, nope, we've already got it all sorted out. Like everything's going to be this, just do this, just trust us, whatever. I do think it could just be delivered. The message could be delivered a little better, but overall, like I agree with it. He hadn't said anything wrong.
3 great matchups that you really want to see, and you're happy with that. And then over time, as we start to develop the norm of everybody supporting TNC League and everybody kind of getting behind the idea of that membership, yeah, maybe we can go away from the idea of charging additional money for the people that are subscribed. But just genuinely, economically, it would make no sense for us to try to deliver cards this large for the $10 that people are currently paying.
Wait, so how much is it again?
See, that's what I mean. Like he asked how much it was, and it was all of that to get back to it. So now it's loaded you get to think a certain way and feel a certain way. But I really do think the fans, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Scotty does see something I don't. But for you guys out there that are huge fans of 1v1 basketball, I feel like you trust TNC with like, you know what the production level will be like. You trust Ball is Life. You trust OTD. Would you like to just know up front what it's going to cost? Hey, up front, and maybe, again, this might just be me having wishful thinking, but just, hey, up front, this is what you're going to get. This is how much it's going to cost.
$10 a month.
No, not $10, not for a membership for this card.
Well, it's 20 if you're not subscribed.
Okay.
And it's 10 if you are subscribed.
Copy.
And I also look at it like this, of like, if you are interested in the event and you're going to spend 20 to watch it either way, it makes so much more sense to just grab the membership because you get the access to the entire library of content, Warzone tournaments, old games, pay-per-view replays, and you also get you're going to also be getting a ton of behind the scenes as we're doing a lot of this stuff. Like, all those sparring sessions that happen before.
The day before, 2 days before for sure.
Like a lot of that content lives on TNC League because on YouTube, like if we posted that there, it's not really going to hit the algorithm great. It's not really going to do well for our channel. And it's more for like the fans that are like really, really tapped into the space. So I do think that it's a bit unfair.
I wonder if they could make like a second channel. Maybe it's not even worth it. Making like a second YouTube channel where they, I'm overthinking.
TNC receives way more heat than anybody else in this entire space. Just to say that, like, I think that everybody's trying to accomplish a goal. This stuff costs a lot of money in order to put these games on for this community. But like we did TNC 03 included in your pay-per-view. That was a fucking massive, expensive card. And we didn't walk away in that situation where we make money out of it. And it's like, in order to hit that next level of our business, if people can just understand that this stuff costs a lot of money to do it, we're going to charge a little bit more to gain that support. And once we're in a position where we can offer.
Right. So, Cheese, I see what you're saying. Again, I can rationalize all of this. I can rationalize every point. That's why I say he's not saying anything wrong. My question is, you said if you're subscribed, then you still pay $20 because you paid $10 monthly plus $10 for the card. But that's why I said the question B. Ellis is really asking is what's the most I would have to pay in a month? Because Scotty and Frigga are saying these are going to happen every 2 to 3 weeks. Plus there's going to be pay-per-views as well. So now imagine I'm paying $10. Imagine I'm paying $10 a month. Okay. Maybe we do this. I don't even know if my pin works today. It didn't work yesterday. We're going to see. Does my pin work? Okay. So if I pay $10 per month, right? Plus, let's say there's one event, one card that we're just going to keep these at $10 because I think this first one is $10. Plus another $10 for what is a summit? Okay, summit. I spelled it wrong. I don't care. And this is just league. I spelled this wrong too. I didn't, but TNC League plus summit. Okay. So I paid $20. But what if there is one every 2 weeks and there's another one? $10, another summit. So for this month, I'm paying $30. I'm actually paying $30 for that month. Right? So $30, not really $20. So that's where the contradiction comes in. And that's where I'm like, okay, I think they're still figuring this business model out, which again is okay. And it's expected. But if I'm paying $30 a month, I actually need to, as a consumer, I'm actually thinking, well, hold on. What if I just don't pay for TNC League and I just pay the $10 for these 2 pay-per-views? Then it's just $20. I could just watch both of these summits for $20. I don't need TNC League. So that's the anomaly. That's the part that I'm trying to figure out is what they're doing with TNC League. I know he said there's going to be behind the scenes stuff, but I don't care. I just want to see the games, or it's going to be like extra interview. I don't care. I just want to see the games. I'm just saying, as a person that's making these thoughts, you have to understand, do you want to pay $10 a month to watch the extra stuff? Now let's imagine $10 you're paying for league. It's hard for me to draw. Okay. $10 plus, let's say they do 1 summit, and then say they do a pay-per-view card, TNC 04. What are those usually? 25? I think most platforms do like $25. Let's say it's $25 for that pay-per-view card. You're now spending $45 for that month. You're now spending $45, and you need to think like, wait, maybe I just don't get league and I just get these 2 and I just pay $35. So over the course of a year, you might be paying $10 less per month if you don't want league. That's the real question. That's what I really think is being missed. Where's TNC League come in all of this? Because to me, Summit feels like it's turning into what League was supposed to be, offering really good matchups and offering really good matchups more often, right? But if they were selling it as, hey, TNC League is going to be extra interviews and behind the scenes stuff, I don't know if there's a market for that. Again, what do I know? I'm a stupid idiot. I've never worked with TNC, so I don't know how much demand they have for behind the scenes stuff like that. But anyways, that's the question I think is being missed.
More for the value that you're paying every single month. We're going to continue to offer more. It's just with this initial one, this was damn near supposed to be TNC 04.
Y'all just paid $30 for Pep's event. Do you think that was crazy to pay $30 for that pay-per-view card for a Pep's event? Well, actually, but people could just decide if they don't want to buy it. Though. You either buy it or don't. But I thought it was I was $30 to watch Scoob versus Jonathan Simmons. I'll pay it. Now the fact that I get to watch all these other games also, yeah, why not?
Brother, the average YouTube subscription is $20, brother. And if you're doing it on your phone, you're paying $25.
And again, see, this is what I mean, the contradicting, because BL also was saying just 2 weeks ago that pay-per-views were too expensive, and there's been too many pay-per-views. So all I'm saying with this, it does sound like there's been a pivot. It does sound like they're seeing things differently for the, and it's a good thing. Okay, so it is fair to have these other questions. All right, doesn't mean I'm not hating on TNC. Literally having questions is okay. Pep's event was $30. Like I said, but buy it or don't buy it. You just not buy it. You can just not buy it. $20 for each summit instead of $30. Pep's event isn't every 2 months. Yes, it was because it was lagged and blurry. Yeah, and he got a lot of heat for it. Has a ton of games that you can't watch on YouTube. But if you already have League, you've already seen them, right? That's the part I'm asking. Are there going to be more games that go to League? All I'm asking, guys, literally, I'm not even saying what you should or shouldn't do. What I'm saying is TNC League now is a separate, that's its own thing now. So now it's like you have to decide, do you want to pay that $10 per month for League? If you want to pay for it, pay for it. I don't care. Pep's event is $30. If you want to watch it and pay for it, pay for it. If not, I don't care. But what I do see is, I know me personally, I'll pay for extra things. I don't really care. It doesn't bother me that much. But I'm trying to think of what the average fan thinks and the questions that they're actually asking, right? But also I look at where was I go, oh, the smaller platforms now. I haven't bought a pay-per-view or in a live event for a smaller platform in a long time. Whereas last year I bought every single one. I just don't care now. I can't be bothered, right?
So that is literally average pay-per-view price.
Yeah. And I also think too, like we try to fill our subscription with a lot of value in between our big pay-per-view events. So it's like you're not just spending $20 every single month. You know, you're locked in on a $20 a month membership, but you're getting a pay-per-view every 4 to 6 months. So if you subscribe,
No, you good. You good.
If you stay subscribed as a member paying $20 a month on YouTube, by the time you get the next big pay-per-view that you're really wanting to see, you're spending $80 or $100, and then you're getting the big event. So it's like,
hold on. My bad. The lag threw me off. What do you say?
No, you good. You good.
If you stay subscribed as a member paying $20 a month on YouTube, by the time you get the next big pay-per-view that you're really wanting to see, you're spending $80 or $100, and then you're getting the big event.
So because again, he's criticizing OTD and Ball is Life's memberships and how they do their stuff now, right? And that's okay. It's okay to criticize, but these different business models, really what it comes down to, it doesn't matter what Scotty thinks if Ball is Life or OTD has a better business model, or if Summit is the actual better value. That's all I was getting at early on. It's actually not up to the platform owners to decide what the value is. It's up to the customers. It's up to the fans. And that's the part where I ask, is it sustainable? I don't know if Ball is Life and OTD's memberships is sustainable, right? But I know their business model isn't based off of memberships. Their business model is YouTube and sponsorships and pay-per-views. It's other things. So because they both have very different types of business models, whereas TNC looks like it is going subscription heavy, it is going membership heavy, and that's okay.
Like, it is a balance for us. Like, we rely on our subscribers that are contributing 10, where 1 month, maybe we created a ton of content that was a little cheaper for us to produce so that we can stack some of that, store it, and then put it into a banger event. And that's the idea of like having the summit. Some of the events are going to be a $10 card. Some of them might be a $5 card, and some of them might be included completely free with your subscription once we have enough supporting members that are in there. Because it does also, like, it's not like we don't want to charge everybody out the ass. And I feel like we've shown that by having the absolute cheapest membership in the entire thing. So like, we're running
But again, yes, the membership technically is cheaper, but you can watch a pay-per-view on Ball is Life or OTD. Like, you can just pay for the pay-per-view during the month, and what is it, $30? You pay the $30, but then like you're not paying for league or any of the other content. Like, you're getting all the other content, right? So they're just different business models. I don't think one's right or one's wrong. And again, as fans, we can kind of just sit back and watch and see what works. And I guarantee you, whatever starts working and making more money, the other platforms will just pivot and take that idea. Like, at the end of the day, like, the other platforms are just going to do the one that's working. Let's say Scotty and the Summit really takes off, and having your own gym and having your own Wi-Fi and be able to play everything in-house is really the route to go. Like, Ball is Life is just going to buy a gym and do the same thing. OTD is just going to buy a gym and do the same thing. So it's like, for us as fans, we can sit back and just watch. It's actually up to the platform owners to have to try and have these answers early.
Huge thing off $10 a month from our fans.
Well, honestly, bro, I mean, at the end of the day, nobody's going to be able to please anybody. I didn't even expect you to go this long explaining this, to be honest, because at the end of the day, who's going to support is going to support, and who's not going to support is who's not going to support.
That right there.
Well, it just is what it is at this point. What are your expectations, you know what I'm saying, with the card, whether it be a few weeks from now or a month from now? What are your expectations with that? Is your goal to make each one of these cards as potent as this first one's going to be?
I think it just depends on what we're going for as price wise. You know, like, I was in the Discord the other day and I was like, hey, if we were able to make if you guys want to see Cam and Trey Croft get a rematch in, because it's a game that gets talked about all the time. People seem to hold that game over Cam's head as well. And Trey hasn't been in the scene for a little bit.
Oh, I forgot about that game.
So anytime that Cam
was like, I'm not going to make any excuses. And he made like 6 excuses straight.
does something good, it's, well, he did this against Trey. So I feel like for Cam, it's only fair that he gets another shot, because everybody at this point, like, we've seen a lot of rematches. We've even seen trilogies for games. And I think that if we accept players and the community like supports guys giving rematches and guys playing each other a few times, I think that that'll help grow this whole thing. But you know, I was mentioning, I was like, okay, if you guys get Cam versus Trey Croft and you guys get another solid matchup there, and then maybe another like 200 cards for some new guys that are trying to emerge in the space, would you guys get behind spending $5 for that? Because it's going to cost us something to get these guys there. So every summit's going to have
$5. I really feel like, I don't know. I still feel like that's like a pay-per-view. I don't know. Maybe he sees the vision. I still think that, man, I don't know. I'm trying to think of how many memberships and things you would need to be able to get that game plus another good game. Damn, I don't know. Hey, we got to see that. We got to see. I want to see
pretty much a different expectation set, a different value for it. So like, I think this very first one's going to be very tough to consistently top, considering it's featuring so many of the TNC 04 games. But over time, I would love to just make this included in a TNC League subscription, and you're just satisfied.
So that's the part where I think if it were just included in the TNC League membership, I think that makes the most sense. And then probably just bump up the price of the TNC League membership. I don't know if there's like a barrier though, where if you're paying $20 a month, I feel like $20 a month is, I think a lot of people would be okay paying that for TNC League, and then you get these games. I feel like that's the route to go. I could be wrong.
With getting consistent shows. What games you want to see?
I get where you're going. So basically your main premise is that you want to make sure whatever game is hottest at that moment, you're going to try to get for the fans. And based on how hot that game is and how many games on that card determines the price, basically.
Yeah. And I think that, like, we just saw Rob and Fambi go at it in the season.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Rob is not healthy at this exact moment, but with something like the Summit existing, we literally could take all that feedback from the community, and then the very next week, Rob versus Fambi's checking up 5K to the winner, 10K to the winner, whatever we have to, within reason, because obviously, bro, like some people put prices at a point that's like, no, we're not gonna be able to get there. Like if you value yourself that much, I'm not saying don't value yourself that much, but as a business, if we know, hey, this guy's asking for 20K to play this game, and I know that it's not going to drive 20K worth of sales, I'm not going to put the game on. So then as a community, it's like you're getting frustrated that the game's not happening, but a lot of people aren't even spending the money to support, So it's a lot of the loud people that are just trying to find out, like waiting on TikTok or waiting on a 1v1 hoops and 1v1 highlights to report on something. And it's like, that's not how you make games happen. So hopefully.
So this is what I was wondering was, what about does this have a route or an avenue to get the really big games? It's interesting.
With the idea of the Summit, we get the support because we're going to go for the matchups. And if people don't support it, then I guess we just take a loss.
Do you think does TNC want to implement any type of prizes that are outside of money for a particular Summit main event?
Yeah, we have a few. I don't want to give it away yet. I don't want to give it away yet. It won't be applied for this very first one, but we might have to go backtrack and it's like when you win a ring in the NBA. There's a ceremony after.
I love it. I don't really have much else for you, brother. You broke this down perfect.
Kind of like the belt conversation.
We got through each game. We talked about the Summit and what it's going to be for the entire community. We talked about the prices of it for members and whatever the case may be. Is there anything else you want to discuss, bro? What's going on?
Yeah, I want to actually allow, if you're not trying to get me off here real quick, I'd like to have some of the fans ask some questions right now.
Do I need to stay and watch the questions? Because it's another 30 minutes. Are the questions good too? Maybe.
Because this is going to be my time that I can clear it all up. And I feel at this point, we've sat back for so long and just constantly been the bad guy. So I don't mind talking about some things right now.
You're going to be the bad.
I don't know if TNC is the bad guy. I feel like all three platforms are I think it's just such a toxic. It's just toxic as to where at times all of them become the bad guy. Like Ball is Life. Nobody looks at them as angels, holier than thou angels. Nobody looks at Davo like that. I think they all get it. I
got for a lot of people, no matter what you say, brother. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I got a super chat, though. I want to make sure I read it. It's from my boy Shad. He said, I'm so excited to see y'all for when y'all finally come to Austin, Texas. Been a fan of TNC for a while. Won't miss this one for the world. You'll get 115K love, brother. Love.
Do we know about the Austin, Texas matchups?
See him at the Austin event because he's been tapped in for years with all this stuff.
Yeah, he has been. Yeah, he's definitely a supporter for real. He's definitely a supporter. Fans ain't coming to question, so I'll ask one. Is the winner? Oh, wait a second. Got a question. Got a super chat from Brandon Niles. He says, apologies if you answered already. What are the main differences between the Summit and pay-per-views? They seem like the same, but with a new name.
Yeah, I think it's a concept change.
I thought so at first. I thought this same thing at first. Pay-per-view and Summit, it's going to be the same thing. But I thought about it more. I really do think the Summit is just replacing TNC League. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like it's TNC League just restructured. That made it make more sense in my brain.
Right. It's like the TNC02, TNC03s. We've done, it was February 1st for TNC01. It was June 6th for TNC02. And then it was December 6th for TNC03. So the spacing of 5 or 6 months every time we do a pay-per-view, I just don't think allows for real-time community growth because you're trying to lock in a matchup for 6 months. And then it creates this concept in the player's head as well. It's like, yo, I want you to play this game 6 months from now and the bag's going to be 15K, 20K, play the game. Then they start kind of getting more reserved and they don't want to play certain games because they know a big bag is coming. So with the idea of the Summit and being able to do these quicker, it's not that there's not a big bag coming, but it's like, if you feel confident about beating that person, come get 5K in 30 minutes and then come back the next Summit and grab another 5K. Or maybe you move up to a certain game and maybe we start doing 10K games. It's like, if we can create an opportunity where if you're winning and you're whooping ass, keep getting paid. You might not be on every single card because there might not be a game where you might not want to accept a certain game because you feel like that person isn't on your level, or maybe the community doesn't want to see that game. And obviously there's walk-up fees as well. And those have been appearance fees has been something I've been trying to really figure out and standardize and think about what it really needs to be, because one guy that is not worth X amount just inside of promotion, making sales, all of that.
I feel like there's just math to it, right? I feel like you can just do the math on this, what a player is worth And I think Scotty should have that information. Davo should be able to. I really would be easier if all the platforms would work together with all the information they have. But yeah, this could really be standardized, but it won't be until they start working a little bit more together.
If you give that person that amount, word spreads around, then the next guy that is worth that is saying, hey, I'm real close to this person, so let me go here. And then when the next person finds out, the prices just never stop going, and inflation is just like insane within the community. I know people are comfortable with paying certain prices, and that's fine. And maybe it does work for their business model. Maybe they are in a position where that's great. But for at least our vision of doing the summit, we can't make it too heavily about just walking up and grabbing a bag. We do need to make it about, are you winning, and do they want to see you back? Just keep winning and keep getting paid, because that's the only way that you can reasonably scale. And that's where I bring up something like Rob versus Fombi. If there's 5K on the line or 10K on the line and they don't want to check up, that means that one of them just doesn't want to play the game, and at least the pressure's off the platform. It's not about the platform not trying to make the game happen. The money was there, we put it up.
But again, I think this is just something you got to, as a platform owner, you're going to take the heat. Like, it's your business. You're going to take the heat when things don't happen. I know this is not an issue I had. Again, this is kind of more the tone of the message. I think it could be delivered a little better. It's not on the platform. It's always going to fall back on the platform. I think when you try to put it on the players I think that narrative is a dangerous one, because it's going to scare off a lot of players from wanting to be involved in the first place. I think it's similar to like when players lose and people trash them. It's like, nope, we should all just be like, hey, it's okay to lose because we want players to play more games. Same thing. Like, if you don't want to take the matchup, don't take it. That's fine. Like, that's okay for players not to want to take a match. We should do everything in our power to make them want to take the matchup, though. We can't scare them into it, right?
Couldn't make it happen.
We got another super chat from MV3BIW. Lord have mercy. With pushing matchups quicker, do you think the variety of matchups will exhaust itself quickly before they get repetitive? Are you looking for talent?
I think that one of the things that we've done really well in the space, I think that it's kind of been like our most contributed thing with TNC is finding new talent and giving them big opportunities very quickly for them to grow. So I think we're not going to be expending a lot of these matchups, because the idea of the summit is not to make the 6 hottest games happen right away, and then the 6 next hottest games happen right away. It's to allow
So I'm just thinking that it's obviously going 1.5 speed. So sometimes I'm just thinking what he's saying.
Strike on maybe 1 or 2 of the most important games in that moment, and let some of these new guys that are emerging have that opportunity.
So this is what I'm scared of. So I think the heat has been put on TNC to be like, hey, get the games, because if you don't get them here, they're going to happen elsewhere. We talked about it again with Map yesterday. DJO versus Fombi. That's a good game that a lot of people want to see, but they had DJO and Fombi in the same gym. And the thing I worry about is I always say people outthink themselves a lot. So it's like, we don't want to see the matchup now. Let's plan it for later. But I think that's how we got to the situation we're in. Don't play the 6 hottest matchups right away. We play a couple and then we play some later on, whatever. I do think it's better that they're going to play them more frequent, but I do think at some point it's like, if the basketball makes sense, make it happen, right? Like the storyline and the narrative and holding off games, or it'll just be how much are we holding off games? How much are we trying to build those up? That's the balance that needs to be met.
Because if you do allow the guys that are trying to push through the big stage, I promise some of them are going to jump up, and that's where you're going to get consistent, or you're going to get longevity for the top players. Because if like Scar going and playing 4 of these games right now, if he goes 4-0, why doesn't he deserve to go play Uncle Scoob, or go play Moon, or go play Rob, or go like?
But he probably will. If he wins 4 games, he probably will get a good matchup. But that's how it's been happening on Ball is Life and OTD. Like, that's how it has been happening. I feel like this is TNC just jumping in, being like, we're going to go that route too. But again, to do that, I'm telling y'all how it works on OTD, how it works on Ball is Life. When those conversations, and any of you that are in those Discords, you can see Davo will jump into a Discord. AK will jump into a Discord. I know Scotty does it with TNC too, but it's hey, what matchup makes sense? Does this look good? What do you guys think? And then the fans, it'll jump in and do a Discord call, whatever. And then those games just get organized. So I do think like that is what I've been seeing happen on OTD. That is what I've been seeing happen on TNC, or on OTD and Ball is Life. So now this is where TNC needs to jump in and just be like, hey, if the games make sense and the people want to see it, like, I think sometimes you just got to play them. You don't necessarily need to hold them off, because it will build a bigger matchup later for somewhere down the road anyways.
Give them an opportunity to get to the top. And I think that's been a very big problem in the space in general, is there's not a lot of acceptance of creating an opportunity for somebody to get to the top. If some of the top guys were going and playing as much of these guys trying to grow, they would have some losses on their record, but they're not doing that, which I understand why. I'm just saying, like, so harsh on the guys that are trying to come up that we forget guys that are at the top aren't trying to play as much.
I think what people don't understand either, Scotty, is that there are a lot of really good basketball players in this world. I always compare it to battle.
I've been saying that a lot. Like, we haven't even scratched the surface of the amount of basketball talent that's out there. So
rap, but it's not like battle rap because a lot of people just want to hear the same 5 people rap. They like those styles, but with basketball, this shit is endless. The next question I have for you, you can answer if you want to answer, but it's a super chat. I gotta ask it. Why do you get so much hate for the contractual obligations in the past, and now BIL blocked the LP game due to contracts, and nobody is talking about it?
I think I would say
two-part question. One, why do y'all get so much hate for the contracts? I like this. I want to address that. And then 2, the LP contract got blocked. Let's hear this.
Say for the first part of that question, I definitely just want to be very careful on how we put all this stuff.
Yeah, I figured.
For the first part of that question, I pulled up the thing here.
Yeah.
I want to be very thought out, so just give me a sec.
Yeah. Handle your business, bro.
That's smart. That's smart. This is a life lesson for those of you in real life too. Just because someone asks you a question, you don't have to start rambling. You can actually take a second and think.
Bro, handle your business, bro.
I think early on, still to this day, contracts make sense for players because it provides them stability. Certain people would rather take the shot at making $2K every single time they play a game and they're getting 5 games that month and maybe they go get a $10K bag. But if they're on the other side of the coin and they lose all 5 games, their next month is unsure for them. You know what I mean? So then on the contract side, if you're getting 5K, and that's allowing you to play 1 game or 2 games a month, but you know that the next month you're getting paid again, and the month after that you're getting paid again. A lot of people have families, they got bills to take care of. They rely more on that consistency. So in the beginning, when we were doing contracts, it wasn't like you're forced to be on contract. It was hey, do you want to talk about what this would look like? And once we did, this is the rate we feel comfortable paying you every single month. Are you cool with this? So when guys said that they were cool with it, that's why we started rolling out with the contracts, because it also allows us to scale and set up certain games that are going to be big for the community of look at Nas versus Scoop, how big of a game that was. But let's say they weren't signed and they were trying to build that up for months and somebody else put the game on. And it's now you as a platform is damn, I was just paying these players so much money for 4 months trying to build this. And I lost money those 4 months. So that 5th month when I wanted to try to make some of that money back, I can't even do it anymore.
So again, business wise, and in theory, he's completely right. He's completely right. The contracts, and we've spoken about this over the last couple of weeks, especially last couple of months actually, but contracts do make sense, right? Players being signed and contracts make sense. But I don't think most of the political or behind the scenes or sabotaging of games, I don't think most of that was due to oh, this person's on contract. Because usually that's a really easy thing to, oh, look, they're on contract, so it can't happen. That's the issue is I think there's been other problems, other things. So as fans, we'll see it and be like, why did TNC get so much trouble for contracts? And now everyone's doing contracts. And I'm like, I think there's more there. Okay. I don't think it's as simple as that. But at the same time, contracts do make sense. Contracts just make sense. Protects the player, protects the platform, but it should be way easier to talk about. I don't know, why is there so much taboo around having the conversations around the contract?
So that's where the contract makes sense as a platform. I just think right now we've always kind of been ahead of the game in the sense of the first to introduce something new, to go against what the typical norm was, and we get a lot of scrutiny for it, and it's kind of just cool to hate on TNC, I guess.
But it works both ways though. Works both ways, because think about what Ball is Life and OTD are doing. They're just playing the matchups. They're just playing the games. They've created a different avenue, and now fans are wanting that, and they're wanting TNC to do that. Now TNC's pivoted to what they're doing. So now is Ball is Life and OTD going to be well, we figured this avenue out, and now TNC is playing it in competition. This is how things go. So again, it's just the message I think sometimes gets taken poorly or not taken poorly, but I think it could be delivered better. But this is where I would love to smooth out a lot of the toxicity that I see in the space. I've reached out to a lot of you in DMs, spoken to a lot of you in Discords and stuff, but just the way these messages are delivered and then heard by the fans, and then the fans go out and then take it and run with it. I do want to change a lot of those narratives.
And now that people are becoming aware that other contracts exist, as they should, it's healthy to have contracts when you have a business that you're spending a lot of money on. But it is a very, very, very...
Because remember, there was some games that were canceled, though, for players that weren't on contract.
Very similar situation.
That was the main issue that was happening with a couple of those.
And I've actually passed... If people want to talk about it publicly and they want to clear the air about what happened, it's going to be Devontae speaking on behalf of TNC on that one, because I think a lot of people have kind of felt very comfortable pointing me as the bad guy. But we're all in these decisions together. So I think that if they really want to like talk about it, like Devontae's a great person to speak on behalf of TNC for the community.
We got another super chat from Brandon Niles. It says, does this mean TNC is moving away from exclusivity?
It's not.
But that's like saying TNC wasn't providing those top games. Yeah. So Adonis, you just took what I said and took it as you heard one negative thing that I said about TNC, one negative thing I said about Ball is Life, one negative thing I said about OTD, and you're trying to correct on the one negative thing on TNC. I get what you're saying, but they all the platforms do this. That's the part I'm trying to, that toxicity, that part right there, taking sides, picking teams and being like, you're getting it wrong about the TNC side. Let me fix this. No, I'm telling you, all three play a role in these things happening. Matchups not happening, the politics, making bad decisions, whatever. It's normal. It's human. It's just human. It's right. But the problem is whenever the fans hear like the way one of their platform owners delivers a message, now they go, see, I told you everyone else was bad. And that energy goes into the fans and becomes super toxic. That's the part I'm trying to address. Not the actual, I could care less about mistakes or issues or whatever.
It's not like,
because TNC was, let's say they were first to do the pay-per-view model. So, well, Devin Lab was first to do the pay-per-view model, but once people saw that, they're like, we're going to do that too. So it's like, yeah, that can be a form of copying. So then doing the big matchup with Lance and Beasley, we're going to do the biggest matchup possible. Then they started going, hey, let's build up matchups over the course of 6 to 8 months. Well, Ball is Life and OTD are like, hey, let's just do more big matchups whenever we can get them. So that's kind of the route that now, TNC was leading in these ways. Now, at the moment, they're not. And so now they've jumped on board. Well, we're going to do the same thing that the industry is doing. To me, that's normal. That's what's supposed to happen. That's what I think.
Like, I'm trying to find that question. Okay.
And I've spoken about this for months. Those of you that have been in my stream, you've heard me talk about this for months. Because Ball is Life and OTD are like this right now, I'm telling you, don't start talking trash and kicking the other man when he's down, because what happens is this. Now they do this. Now TNC is going to be up. But it's going to keep doing that. They're good. Like, hopefully in competition, you see this. They just keep like leapfrogging each other and keep one-upping each other. And us as fans, that's a good thing. That's a good thing, having that competition. They got to compete.
It's not about.
I appreciate you listening to that, Adonis, and not raging and yelling at me in chat.
Away from exclusivity, it's more, if we have a certain plan that we're trying to accomplish with a player, it might not make sense for them at that time to go play a game somewhere. And you might think like, oh, they're trying to block that, or they're trying to prevent him from getting a certain opportunity. We don't enjoy the exclusivity model.
And the reason I'm critical of this point, this is more of a basketball thing and more of a coach mentor thing than it is like, this has nothing to do with OTD, Ball is Life, TNC, but more so that mentality of like, I'm building this player up. This is my player. And then you go and do this. From a business standpoint, I completely get it. But it also does, I think that also does hinder you with how you make decisions too. So again, I talk about it as a coach. You never want to be the coach that is like developing players. Hey, I'm developing all these guys and now he got really good. Now he's going and playing on a better team. Like, no, you have to stay here. But it's like, my job is to develop, and I have to know if I'm good at my job and I'm good at developing players, those players are going to go get more opportunities. Some will stay, but I also have to know if I'm good at what I do and I develop, those players are also going to go off to better places or worse places or whatever. And I have to be okay with that. So that's one thing I do think, and that's maybe a life lesson or something Scotty can learn too. Like, that just goes with it. If you're going to develop, because they develop a lot of talent, and then a lot of talent's going to get picked up at other places, but it should be happening the other way towards you too. So now Bijan is playing on the Summit. Like, some of those guys, Scar that plays everywhere, Scar wants to come play on it. There's probably going to be more OTD Ball is Life players that want to come play on it. So I think that's just part of the business too.
If it's not conflicting of what we're trying to build, and we have a conversation with the player and we come to an agreement that makes sense, then we're cool with letting guys go play. It's at this point, the space has grown so much that if players want to go play more games, then we're not going to be as stuck on like not trying to see that. We're just going to say like, hey, like, if we've agreed that we're going to pay you X amount of dollars every single month, and you're supposed to like give us your biggest moments so that you can support TNC. If you want to negotiate something less and either not be on contract or receive less each month from us, then let's just have that conversation.
And I think that's That's the crux of it right there. I think that is an important evolution to the contract speak we've all been talking about, what he just talked about there. Yep, maybe you're not exclusive to TNC. Maybe it's not an exclusive contract, but maybe we're not pouring all of our money into you as well.
You know?
Fair. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like, if I didn't explain that, well, you know, I want to clear that up because that always.
No, that was the best explanation Scotty has given on any of the contract stuff yet. I think he was just frustrated in saying it, but that was the most.
It's brought up.
They asking about D-Stan. Shout out Dominic Jones.
Yeah, I mean, D-Stan would be a guy that's like an opportunity.
Oh shit! Damn.
All right, we'll end there. We'll end there just because I don't want it to turn into a huge, like, you know, this is how I get when I break down games. This is just how my brain works. I overanalyze, I over whatever. I just think of all this, but all mean it from a good place. And obviously I want the scene to do well. I want the summit thing, the summit event to do well. Like, obviously this is just my critiques of it, but also me being a fan and me trying to learn and see all the perspectives too. I thought this was very good. It's a very good interview by BIL. I'm glad that Scotty spoke out on a lot of these things. It's so much better when it comes from the platform owner. It's kind of a rare occurrence. We don't really get good answers from David Stern. You know, you don't really get good answers from Dana White on a lot of stuff, but we get to hear what Davo thinks. We get to hear what Scotty thinks, you know, like, so I think it's something we got to take. I think it's a rare occurrence that you don't really see in a lot of industries. And I think it's good. I think it's good. So I thought this was a good interview and it answered a lot of questions. And also told me that Scotty steals all of my scripts. So let me know what you guys thought down below. See you in the next video. What'd you guys think of that, chat? They should just have a buyout or a loan clause in their contracts. Yeah. And you know, I've been saying this forever. There is, like, sometimes you outthink yourself in the terms of, man, okay, there's a problem and I've got to figure out how to solve this problem. But what I typically do now when I run into a problem, I just look at another industry that's similar and be like, hey, how did you guys solve this problem? And they go, look, we did this. And I'm like, oh, that's actually a good idea. So contracts should not be as difficult as they are right now, because contracts have existed for hundreds, thousands of years. Like, this should be very simple. This is something that does need to get sorted out in the space. That way, when fans talk about it, it's all like, oh, at least we know what's going on. We don't need to know people's contracts, but if we know that all three platforms are operating the same way with the same rules effectively, now at least that toxicity about who ruined what game is out the window. That stuff is nonsense. Not nonsense, but it's just not, it's not conducive to the basketball community. What's your thoughts on the card? So I did a full breakdown that should have come out today, but I think it's very good. I'm excited for it. And this is what I've been wanting to see from TNC for a while. Like, hey, if you've got a game and you've got a matchup, just play the game. Like, don't save them for 6 months. Don't try to build up a huge storyline, because in that time, like, you could have built up 4 or 5 more storylines. So I think this is just the direction they've needed to go for a while. And this is similar to OTD Elite. OTD Elite to me is like, it's going to be fun. It's a lot of really good talent, but I'm more excited for the storylines that come out of that going into Summer Jam. I think the same thing for the Summit. The games are going to be good. I'm going to enjoy every single one of them, but I'm more excited for what that means for the next Summit. I'm more excited for what those storylines and what the wins and loss does for the players for the next event. We get to hear what Pep thinks. Yeah, absolutely. Euro teams loan their players, young players, to other teams when they're not getting playing time. Absolutely. And there's also buyout contracts for Euro League players. Often have like NBA out clause. Like, if they get signed to the NBA, they can not void the contract, but the NBA can buy them out. I think Moon and Keon will be one of the best 1v1s in the space. It has the potential. It all is going to come down to Keon, really. We know what Moon is going to give. Overall, a good interview. I want to wait for these first 2 pay-per-views before I give my thoughts on Summit overall. I agree. That's 100% is what it's going to take, is us just seeing how it plays out. Because I really do think they're figuring out a lot of stuff as they go. They announced TNC 04 like a month ago, and then just a few days ago announced that it's actually going to be the Summit. And then the day after that, just announced what the card's going to be. So obviously they're figuring it out as they go. And this is what you do when you own a business. Like, sometimes you just got to figure it out. So us as fans, rather than me jump on it and be like, it's going to be bad, or, oh, it's going to be the best thing ever. I can actually just sit back and watch. Well, see what happens. I think the thought process behind it, though, to me, is way better than when I thought they were doing TNC 04. And I've told a few of you, I was like, man, they need to just scrap it and postpone it, do it another day. So I'm glad they're not trying to go ahead with TNC 04 for this weekend. Jeez, can you guys believe it's this weekend? It's already happening. Next card is even better. Have you seen it? Do you have any hints? Do you have any hints that you can give us for the next card, Mr. Adonis? Some hints that you can share with the rest of the class? I wonder if they have to wait a week until Born Ready event to wait until a week after the next. Why that? Is Born Ready event happening at the Frigga facility? Soccer, football business across Europe. You can buy someone out of their contract if you're willing to pay, or you can loan a player if they need more game time. Yeah, that's what I mean. Just go. Scotty would do well to just have him and Frigga just have a sit down with like a league owner or a club owner in Europe or something like that, and be like, hey, how do you guys do your contracts and stuff like that? We're just going to steal exactly what you guys do. We're just going to steal exactly what you guys do. That's what I do with anything. I steal everything. You guys know Coach Steele range. No new ideas. Doesn't come up with his own content. Steals everything. Can't leak. You capping, dog. You capping. But trust me, Scotty said the next one is better in Discord. Summit 2 will be 3 weeks after Summit 1, though. So then we've got Ball is Life, then OTD Elite. Hey, that's perfect. Wait, so we get 4 weeks straight of like, you live a little later today. What up, Drew? Yeah, because yesterday's stream was a weird one, I had a lot of content to get through today. We had a lot of stuff to cover. This interview I wanted to get through, and I interviewed Coach Sean earlier today. We did 2 interviews. No, we did 1 interview today. We covered an interview today, and then we did 2 breakdowns. Yeah, we did 2 breakdowns as well. So yeah, a lot of work we got done today. Pretty happy with stream. All great coaches steal. Been a thief for a long time. Already looking forward to Born Ready 3v3. That 3v3 is going to be crazy. Who is it? Scoob, Bruce, Zay. I love how Scotty dry snitched on Frigga, said something about Frigga should come explain why certain games didn't happen. No, I doubt it was that. I think it was more so he didn't want to talk about it, but he wants to say it, but doesn't want to be the one to say it. I don't think it was dry snitching. I think he was throwing him under the bus. I think he was like, he'll tell you. You know, it's like when kids are like, Dad, can I spend the night? I don't know, go ask Mom. That's what he did. Glad this stream was later. 4 weeks straight of pay-per-views. It's going to be an expensive month. So again, we're going to see how this plays out. We're going to see how this plays out over the course of 2-3 months. Let's see. I've said this year is going to be a very big year to see what the cost and prices and the way that the consumer moves throughout this 1v1 industry. It's going to be very interesting. You really live this late? I really is. It was about the LP and Kel game. Didn't happen, and Frigga was involved and not Scotty. Okay. Forgot about the fan panel last Friday. No, I didn't forget. Sammy was the only one that wanted to have an argument. Nobody else wanted to jump into Discord and argue. That makes sense. Might get a little expensive though. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. If it's good enough basketball, it'll be okay, but it won't be sustainable. But again, that doesn't mean the Summit is the thing that needs to go, or OTD needs to get rid of memberships, or Ball is Life. It doesn't mean I have the answer. It just means this is how we make decisions in business. Is you just watch the markets, you just watch the trends, and then you act accordingly. So we're going to have to see, are people willing? We hear what people say. I'm not going to pay this much money for blah, blah, blah. pay for every event. And then on the flip side, you should pay for every event. Like, it's not that expensive. Then BIL is 3 seconds later, there's too many events. Like, people will say whatever. You can't go off of what people say. You have to watch what people are doing on the macro level, macro level. Special late live. What up, LPG? Summit face-offs Friday. Yeah, we'll watch those on stream this time. I think they'd be okay. Maybe I'll send Scotty a message and ask if it's okay if I watch those on stream. Nesco, Scoob, Kelver, Scoob would settle some rankings. Yeah, that's why those games will never happen. Summit 2 will be way better. We haven't even seen Summit 1 yet. You think a big entity may want a piece of what we got over here on the scene sooner rather than later? Yes and no, because T-Mac is already involved. T-Mac is already involved. Dev, I would say, is a huge personality in the basketball space. Ball is Life is a huge entity in the grand scheme of things. I think at the moment, we're already there. Davo already bringing in outside money. I think we're already there. I think right now, it's just sponsorship. So DraftKings, Kalshi, the big gambling sort of kind of companies. It's going to be them finding the value in the space and them really pumping money into events. I think that's going to be the next step. I don't think a random person will come in and just take over, because basketball isn't interesting. It's also about your connections and about how you can get people to get together, work together and stuff. So I think we're already there. Pull up next time. I got a few words for Swift. Oh yeah, y'all can debate each other if you want. D-Baby beat Wani off of a step back. He belted him, and he hit it. He made him fall for the game winner. You need to move. I'm about to go to the gym too. I'm looking forward to it. This was a good stream. I'm going to have me a good workout today. Scotty tried to do the Scoob versus Kel game on Summit, but Scoob is signed. So he said, yeah, but there's a lot of players signed that probably can't do it. Did I see No Goods once? No, I didn't. They didn't finish, right? That game? Not going to watch Pat games anymore. He comments on all of them. We'll watch the Pat game tomorrow. How do I feel about No Good? I haven't seen him play once, but obviously I know he's a really good player. I'm looking forward to him playing. I think this big enemy thing is being spoken into existence. Oh, you talking about Cheese? Do I think the big three platforms will combine rosters? I don't know. I do think TNC finally doing this has actually pushed the space into taking that next step. Now, we're either going to see the platforms work together or they're really going to compete, and they're really going to it might get worse before it gets better. But this is the closest we've seen the platforms kind of working together. Where's the D-Baby Wani game at? I don't know if it was posted. I think it was on a live. The hate. Yeah, everyone hate watches Pat. A Summer League Ball is Life one's bit. I do not yet. I don't. But we're going to hopefully interview Dev in the lab this week. Hopefully this week. Maybe, yeah, before. Oh, actually, he might not have time. He might be doing tons of interviews and everything. Or intros for Ball is Life. But we'll see. If Dev's got some time this week, we'll interview him and we'll ask some of those questions. Do you think a shot clock should be yeah, we talked about it earlier. 20 seconds. I think a 20-second shot clock for team games is necessary. Chat. I don't have anything else. I think we covered everything I wanted to cover today. You should have got the 3 videos also on my channel that dropped where we talked about all 3 of the events. So OTD Elite, the Summit, and Ball is Life Battlegrounds, North Carolina. And we had Map for all 3 of those, Map Star. So that was fun having, he obviously huge knowledge in the space. So it was really good to have him on. So I think we covered those things pretty well. So those should have come out today. Tomorrow you're going to break down, and then I'll probably post this as well. And we got that Coach Sean interview. I'll probably post that over on the 3rd channel. We got a lot of content. got a lot of content coming out this week. And tomorrow we're also probably going to have another big stream. So if you guys are okay with that, if you're okay with the streams kind of like we did today, we spoke about, like we did the Gilbert Arenas thing, we spoke about a lot of stuff. If you guys are okay with our streams, kind of just a little bit of everything, yeah, we're going to have a few more big streams this week. Tampa and Philly just dropped. You go watch that. I'll watch it tomorrow. Want to see the space get proper respect? It will. It's going to continue blowing up. It'll keep getting there. Yeah, with the shades on. Coach been streaming for hours. Yeah, we started this stream 4.5 hours ago, but then we did an hour and a half before that. We did 6 hours of stream today. All day basketball talk. That's what we're about. You know, some would say